Hello, folks. This is Yakuza Like a Dragon. We're going to be here for a while. My estimate's a little on the high side because there are a couple of nasty points later on, so we should get going. There's no difficulty options in Yakuza Like a Dragon other than New Game Plus, so we're just going to go with obviously the default difficulty because we have no other choice. So let's get going on time in 3, 2, 1, go. So, for those of you who don't know, this is Yakuza Like a Dragon. If you haven't seen, most people's perception of the Yakuza series is that it is an action-adventure series. However, Yakuza Like a Dragon is going to take all of that and turn it upside down, because Yakuza Like a Dragon is now a turn-based RPG. We've become a full-fledged RPG. In the plot, we are a couple of years earlier, where we are seeing who we're going to call Arakawa Sr. He's having a lovely meal with his old man after doing some work in the theatre troupe, and unfortunately, Arakawa Sr. is, Arakawa Sr.'s dad did not do too well, so we're a couple of years later, and this is our brand new protagonist. This is Ichiban Kasuga. So what you'll notice first is, if you played Judgment, the game preceding this, this is one of the chase events from that. This is one of the chase events from that actual game, where if I run to the left and I run to the right there, I can avoid 2 QTs. And then I can go and basically just do 2 QTs here. So I'll cut down on the amount of QTs that are supposed to happen here. And then we just keep running. So, much like all the other Yakuza games, we're going to get thrown straight into a set of tutorials. Basically to start off and just show when we're obviously going to... show what we're going to do with the new fighting style. So, we're going to begin. As you'll see, it is now a turn-based RPG, as I said, so we start with a normal attack, and then Yakuza Like a Dragon has this thing called Opportune Strikes. If we do a normal attack when an enemy is on the ground, that guarantees critical damage. It only counts like that for normal attacks and not skills. We're gonna get taught how to use items, so obviously healing items. We got a legendary first aid kit at the start of the game. That is technically save game DLC, so we don't allow that for use in the run. That was a nice dodge, actually. Okay. So, nice crit. Anytime you see a yellow number, other than obviously when we hit them on the floor, that's a crit. That's a very, very nice fight, actually. And we level up after the first fight, and we get to level 2. This gives us access to the skill Tenacious Fist. You will see me use Tenacious Fist a lot in the first 2 chapters. I'll explain why when we get to the next set of tutorials, which will just be the skill tutorial. So, we basically caught Ichi on his first collection run. He is collecting money for the family that he belongs to, which is the Arakawa family. He was chasing down someone who used to basically deal in videos and scanned people of their money. So we went and put a stop to that. We met with our friend and our Aniki Mitsu. And we are now going to go over to the Champion District, where there's a couple of the residents of the Champion District who need help. You saw there that we had a dialogue choice there. In LAD, there is no wrong dialogue choice for anything that you do. Instead, your dialogue choices affect what personality traits that you get on Ichi. Now, there are going to be some dialogue choices that we pick specifically. That one doesn't matter. The options give you kindness or like bravery. We don't need either of those. There's going to be a couple that we need later on to be able to unlock a couple of the different aspects of LAD's gameplay system. We just went to the Soplan Shangri-La. That was where Ichi was born. Ichi's father is Jiro Kasuga, the owner of Shangri-La. The game is currently in the year 2000, the very last day of 2000. You can see there that the Millennium Tower has yet to be built, which means that it is pre the events of Yakuza 1, which means that Shangri-La is still standing, and that's going to be an important plot point coming up. This hooligan here is a pain in the backside. That's why. He has less than 36 HP. So you might be wondering, how is he alive? Yeah, good question. I would love to tell you. I don't know how. So you saw there I got a perfect guard. If I hit the guard button at the right time, you can actually perfect guard and take less damage. This is going to be something that is vital in a lot of late game fights for potentially not dying, but also it helps in the run earlier on, because with certain moves like the second hit of this guy's attack, it will actually stop me from staggering and therefore get me back to my turn half a second faster. This guy has nice crit. That guy has 36 HP on the dot. You will usually do between 33 to 37 HP damage with a Tenacious Fist at this point, but that crit was also beautiful. We're going to be hoping for a good set of crits during this run, but we're also going to be hoping for something else that is actually a part of Tenacious Fist. Tenacious Fist has a second attribute to it, and that is the ability to stun enemies. We're going to hope that we do... Hiratsuka here is an old friend of Ichi's. He has 70 HP. We need to do at least 70 HP in 2 turns or stun him. Beautiful. As you can see, the stun means it goes straight back to my turn. So getting a stun is the fastest way to get through most of the early game fights. It is completely random, we have no way of influencing it or the crits. But if you get a stun, it is so much faster. I'm going the wrong way. I thought I was at the end of the chapter. Whoops. So, essentially, as you saw there, Tenacious Fist can cause stun. Now, stun lasts for 2 turns, or there is a chance to wake the enemy up on any physical attack. So you have to be very careful. There's going to be a couple of fights, especially when we get to Chapter 4, where we're going to try and stun enemies and not wake them up early. So we're doing part of our job. We are going to see Arakawa Sr.'s son, Masato. We'll probably call him Arakawa Jr. throughout the game. That's him there. We're essentially the person who looks after him. This guy here is Horonouchi. We will talk about him later because he's a very nasty person. And basically... Masato is here to celebrate a hostess's birthday. She was with Horonouchi. Ichi overhears them bad-talking the young master, and the young master is basically having a real rough night. He gives us some money and tells us to go away. Now, Hiratsuka earlier, we went to shake him down, but he's an old friend of Ichi's. Now, Ichi is a good character. Ichi is a good lad. He says to Hiratsuka to actually keep his money and gave it back to him. So... here's our random fight spawns, by the way. There is now, as of now, there is a chance of random fight spawns. This is not good, but this gives me a chance to actually talk about something important. Running away from fights in Yakuza Like a Dragon. There is a very conception fight spawn there. I can get rid of that by talking to this restaurant here. There's a very big common misconception in Yakuza Like a Dragon that running away from fights is based on your stats. It is not based on any of your stats whatsoever. The only factor to run away from a fight is how much distance you have behind your character. That is Sawashiro. Sawashiro is Arakawa's lieutenant and his right-hand man. He does not like Ichi. He really does not like Ichi. He found out that Ichi actually took the young master's money, even though the young master gave it to us, and we tried to fake Sawashiro into thinking that we took Hiratsuka's money. Ichi was about to lose a finger until Arakawa Sr. came along and has taken Ichi out for dinner. He's giving us a little bit of backstory on Masato and why Masato is wheelchair-bound for the most part, and that when Arakawa Sr. had Masato, unfortunately, the Arakawa family wasn't happy. So, to be able to look after his son, Arakawa, the mother of Masato, actually hid Masato away in a coin locker, and unfortunately Arakawa Sr. got there too late, which caused there to be health complications for Masato from a very young age. But because of that, we're basically bonding with Arakawa Sr. Ichi massively respects Arakawa Sr. for reasons you'll figure out later in the game, and we're going to go and get some Peking duck, but as you can see, the place is actually closed. So instead, we're going to get some ramen with him, and we're going to get a little bit of backstory on Ichi as well, whereas Ichi used to be a bit of a punk kid with no direction in life, and he wound up with some trouble with some local Yakuza, and it was Arakawa Sr. that actually helped him out. And so with this, it is going to be the turn of the new year, but before that, we're going to see someone in trouble, and we're going to help them. In this fight, we're going to aim for the guy on the left with the lady's handbag. He is a level 2 enemy that goes down in 1 hit. The problem enemy in this fight is this guy. He has a chance to cast Taunt. Hopefully he'll get stunned. Hopefully he won't cast Taunt now. Good. So, we're going to get taunted at some point, but basically Taunt is... nice crit again. That would have ended the fight anyway with the second hit, but that's still a nice crit. I'm liking these crits so far. RNG is behaving nicely today. So, for status effects, a whole bunch of different state effects are available in this game. Taunt, we'll talk about when we get there, but again, Stun has essentially a max of 2 turns and can be taken off earlier. Ichi has woken up. It is now New Year's Day 2001, and Arakawa Sr. has called on Ichi to get back to the office very, very discreetly and without being seen. Which is why as soon as Ichi gets near to the office, he gets seen. So, in this fight, we're going to specifically go after every enemy that isn't the one with a large HP bar. We're also going to go after the ones near in the middle or next to the wall in an attempt to have the enemies not move as far in the fight. Now, the interesting thing about certain aspects of LAD, the guy with level 2, the guy with the large HP bar, and that was a stun. If you look at the top right with the enemy portraits, if ever you see like the stun icon as they disappear, that is a stun roll. It can still apply even on the last hit of an enemy. So again, we don't have any way of like actually dictating whether a hit's a stun or not. This would be a great stun. Shame, that's fine. So this enemy has a knife, and status effects in LAD are actually kind of cool because they're all very situational based. Because this guy has a knife, there is a very small chance with every enemy that has a knife attack for them to bleed you. Bleed acts differently to stun and daze in that it can last for a couple of levels, a couple of turns longer, and also it obviously does damage per turn. It also does a little bit of an animation that causes you about half a second to a second for every single time you see that animation to come up. So a lot of the early game's luck in terms of time is basically not getting hit by status effects. That's a bad fight spawn I might be able to sneak past. That's a little tricky. That's good. Okay, we're good. As long as I kept walking in a straight line there, it should be fine not to get into that fight. We have found out that Joe Sawashiro has unfortunately killed a man, and it's a man in the Tojo, so that's a bad fight spawn. I'm going to get rid of it with the restaurant. Actually, no, I can just walk into the default place from behind, that's fine. So Joe Sawashiro has done something very, very naughty, and Arakawa Sr. needs somebody to take the fall. Ichi is going to be proud to do that. He finally has his opportunity to pay back Arakawa Sr. for saving him so long ago. And Ichi basically goes and has his last beef bowl and goes to jail for 18 years. When we get out of jail, we are going to meet an ex-detective called Koichi Adachi. He's going to be there to meet us, whereas Arakawa is not. Ichi's also going to get his very famous hairstyle. And we're going to go visit the grave of the person who Sawashiro killed. So, whilst here, you'll see we're fighting the Arakawa family. Yes, Arakawa is actually here at the graveyard and doesn't actually acknowledge Ichi. We take that guy out first, he goes down in one hit. Now, this guy also has taunt, so there's a high chance that he's probably going to taunt us. Hopefully not. There it is. If the taunt goes off, which it does, that's going to cause us to take longer to finish the fight, because as you can see, normal attacks just don't do as much damage as a... Nice, my race subsided, as a Tenacious Fist. So, it's going to be one extra turn because of that. Nice stun, that helps. That mitigates some of the time lost from being taunted. Now, in this chapter, we're actually going to do the first round of MP management that we like to do in the run. For most of the run, MP isn't going to be a problem. You've seen so far that I've leveled up a couple of times. You have two different ways to level up. You either have the character's main level, or you have their job level. Either level up will recover fully your HP and MP. I'm not going to risk that fight spawn, so we'll get rid of it with the vending machines. The vending machines are now accessible. There are going to be vending machines we use later on, much like traditional older Yakuza runs. But anything that has a confirmation trigger, like speaking to a shopkeep like this, for example, can despawn enemy spawns. I am buying 2 pieces of equipment and a smoke bomb. In Chapter 4, we're going to need 3 pieces of equipment and an accessory on Ichi to be able to access the later set piece. So whilst we're in this chapter, we're going to buy the cheapest accessories that we can for the head and the feet, because in a set piece in this chapter, we're actually going to get a chest piece. And those are going to be our 3 pieces of equipment for the early game. The smoke bomb is what I always considered to be a 100% success escape from any single fight. Unfortunately, I found out in practice earlier, that's not actually the case. Now, one cool thing about Yakuza Like a Dragon's combat, if you are close to a weapon on the ground, like the sign to the right here, Ichi will actually use it as a weapon. Now, this is one of only a few fights where we can guarantee a weapon usage if we normally attack, but the problem is, it just doesn't do as much damage as a Tenacious Fist. it has more chance of stunning, but you would still take 3 turns to kill the enemy. So to make it quicker, we still just use Tenacious Fist. As I said, you're going to see me use Tenacious Fist on a lot of enemies in these first 2 chapters. We need to go to Children's Park. That's on the west-hand side of Kamurocho, so we're going to run over there. There's going to be a lot of chances for fight spawns here, so I am keeping a very close eye on my minimap. With nothing on the left, that means it's probably on the right, which it is. We can then go under the awnings of the Millennium Tower here. That's a very early sight. That might be bad for me. Nope, we're good. Okay. We can go under the awnings of the Millennium Tower here. There's probably going to be one more along the way, probably in front of me, so I'm keeping a very close eye on my minimap again. Fight spawns are random. Those are one of your kind of random elements in the run. This is fine if I just run this way. It won't get into a fight with me. Fights basically get de-interested in you once you are a certain distance away from them, hence why you'll see me run like a little bit further to the right, for example, in my movement, to make sure that they don't actually get into a fight with me. This fight is the fight where we're going to do NP management. The guy on the right with the scissors, he has less HP than the guy in the middle, so we're going to take him down with 1 Tenacious Fist. We're going to hit the other guy with Tenacious Fist once, and then we're going to intentionally do a normal attack after that. The nice thing is, this guy can also taunt me. Good stun, that helps again, a little bit of time. Taunt in this fight does not matter because, again, we're doing a normal attack to end that fight. We very specifically need to save our MP for the fight after that one. There's going to be one enemy coming up that has way more defense and way more HP than any of the enemies we fought so far, and it's not a boss, it's just a normal enemy. But to be able to do that fight well, and obviously try and get for a lucky stun with Tenacious Fist, we need to save as much MP as possible. There's a fight spawn on the right, so I'm going to have to cut through here. Basically, whenever I'm running around, like, Kamurocho or the second map you'll see, that was my fault, I should not have got that close, you will see me... I have to use my smoke bomb, I'm a bit too badly positioned. I wanted to save my smoke bomb for the set piece coming up, but that's unfortunate. We'll just have to play that set piece a little more safer, that's fine. But basically, yeah, when we're running around Kamurocho, like, coming up here, there's usually going to be at least one fight spawn down this long alleyway towards Shangri-La. So I'm keeping an eye on my minimap and also just looking out down ahead of me to the end. There's a fight down there. I can see them. So because I can visually see them, I know that by using this, it's going to despawn them. It should despawn them down the road to the left. So this way, it'll allow me to get to Shangri-La without any problems. And yes, you can see on my minimap, that's actually to the right. So, good enough. Either way, we're going to meet up with Adachi again. We're going to see the destruction caused to Shangri-La from Kiryu and Majima in Yakuza 1. Adachi's going to give us a phone. We don't know how to use a phone. We've been in jail for 18 years. So Adachi tells us to go meet him at the same position there later at night. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to Theatre Alley. This is where the fast travel has now opened up. We'll talk about fast travel in the next chapter. While we're here, we're going to meet a character called Nick. Nick is awesome. Nick is being harassed by a couple of the Omi Alliance who have taken over Kamurocho. He's going to teach us how to use our phone in exchange for dealing with these two. So, with this second guy, we're really hoping that we get a lucky crit and a lucky stun. A lucky crit will make this fight end 1 turn faster, provided I don't get stared down. This enemy has a very, very nasty status effect. Fear. Fear is going to be something that causes problems much later on. If this is a crit, this will end the fight 1 turn early. That's a shame. Thank you for no stare down, appreciate it. He also, I think he might have taunt as well. This guy can actually do 2 different status effects. He's actually really nasty. With that, we level up, and we get our HP and MP back. So, for our early game, and actually for a lot of this run, we have a lot of level up sorted so that we know when we're going to level up, so we know when we're going to get our HP and MP back, which is like very much a factor of the early game. So, as I said earlier, with running away from fights, all we have to do is make sure there's enough space behind us. When running away from a fight straight away like this, it actually sends you in a slightly randomized direction, left, right, or middle. So you do have to be a little bit careful. So for this fight, which I usually like to have a smoke bomb for, I'm going to intentionally aim for one of the enemies. This is going to be me telling the game I want to run parallel backwards. This is unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. This might be bad, actually. Might be very bad. I can't run off you. I'm gonna have to take this fight. This is really bad. I don't want to take this fight. I really don't want to take this fight. This should be fine. Yeah, that was bad. That's why I wanted to save my smoke bomb. That's one of the worst fights to run from in this game. for some reason, despite the fact that I had enough room behind me, Dragon Engine can cause shenanigans. So, you'll see me there, aim at that guy specifically, because I've ran into the middle of the corridor. That way I'm telling the game I want to go backwards. I'm gonna grab this hardball right here. And then carry on this way. So again, for this fight, we're going to try and be in the middle. Give me a second here, I might be able to fix the audio desync. Okay, that should hopefully fix the audio desync, I hope. So, here there's a save point on the left, there's also a recovery spot. It doesn't matter at this point because we haven't taken that many hits despite having the really bad fight. It actually might have a problem with HP in a bit, but I can deal with that if it's a problem. So, one thing that I haven't spoken about just yet is... Okay, that's unfortunate. If that had stunned... Oh, no targeting system! You'll hear me moan a lot. And I mean a lot during this run about about the targeting system in this game. I adore this game. I love every part of this game apart from the targeting system. The targeting system in this game is terrible. There is no way to target via, like, the list of enemies or anything like that, so... Free opportune attacks with Adachi. Cool. How's Adachi's HP? That's not ideal. We'll see what happens after this one. So this is where we grab our last piece of gear. We equip it all on Ichi. We head upstairs. Okay. We're going to hope for a tiny bit of luck in this fight. And this guy in the front takes 2 hits. Usually we go after the guy that only has one hit to go. But this guy has a gun, he's kind of nasty. If he got stunned, I would have just attacked the other guy with Adachi. This is fine. Ichi levels from this fight. Cool. If Adachi is on 84 HP, that's 86. That should be fine. It's going to be a little risky, but it should be fine. For the start of this fight, we're going to target everybody that isn't the main guy. So every single skill will take down the normal enemies in one hit. Nice crit. Not necessary, but still nice. It's always reassuring to see a bunch of crits. We're going to hope that this guy gets stunned. That's a shame. Because again, Adachi can just take care of this guy with just a simple beatdown. Hit him with, ooh, the crit. And again. Yo, that was a high roll for the opportune. That was nice. That's a very nice fight. That's supposed to take another turn. So, with this, Adachi's going to leave for about 20 minutes. he'll come back, don't worry, but he's going to leave. That was a very nice fight. Okay, so. This fight is problematic. You need a massive, insane amount of luck for this fight. You essentially need to stun both of these enemies, which, as you can probably tell, doesn't happen very often. But it can happen. Please stun. Nope. And this is the reason why you want the stun. Oh, he didn't do it. Oh, we might actually get some luck. You're going to wake up, that's fine. Reason being is that both of these enemies actually have taunts. Nice, they didn't taunt. Okay, good fight, good fight. This has turned very, very, very nicely all of a sudden. So we're here because we want to see Arakawa Sr. We're going to grab this hand grenade on the way through, and guess who's standing in our way? So, here's the thing about this fight. we're going to use 2 Tenacious Fists, and we're going to hope, beyond hope, that we do not stun Sawashiro in our first 2 hits. Nice dodge, means my turn comes faster. Good. Reason why we don't want to see a stun is this cutscene here. The bizarre thing about this cutscene is that this cutscene actually causes it to remove any debuff that Sawashiro currently has. Unfortunately for us, Sawashiro is very much a trained killer, and he now has some glass. He can now cause bleed. We are going to hope to skip a specific skill that Sawashiro does in this fight. Not for the damage, but because it just takes some time. So we're going to keep hitting him for... I'm going to do 1 more Tenacious Fist. We will also run out of MP for Tenacious Fists in this fight, so we'll have normal attack at some point. I'm now going to use the hardball we picked up. I'm praying not to see Cold Fury, just because it's long. If I don't see Cold Fury, I will save about 10 to 15 seconds in this fight. That is beautiful. You rarely stun Sawashiro. This is some very good luck, and we didn't knock him out of it. I'm going to attack here in hopes of using the chair. Bottle will do. Takes him out of his stun because it's 3 hits. There's Cold Fury. Okay, so if you played this game, you know at this point the game says, hey, a really nasty attack is coming, you should guard. Hint, don't. This is why. Here's how much damage it does, even if you miss the perfect guard. It only does 24 damage. It does almost the same damage that it usually does. Now, you can see that Sawashiro increases attack. You can see that there is a single red arrow on it. For any buff or debuff to your attack, defense, evasion, or accuracy, there are going to be different levels of arrows. Every single arrow indicates a 10% increase or decrease, which is very important. So, we finally see Arakawa Sr., and unfortunately, he shoots us. With that, Ichi wakes up in a brand new place, saved by this man here, Nanba. He is an ex-nurse and now a local homeless lad. And this is Ijinsho, Izizaki Ijinsho, Yokohama, the brand new hub and the brand new map for Yakuza Like a Dragon. This is going to be your main hub for the entirety of the game from this point on. This is a skill unique to Yakuza Like a Dragon called Treasure Hunt. We can look in vending machines for money, which is actually going to be a big, massive amount of RNG coming up after this bit. This bit here is all rigged. It's always 5 yen, 50 yen, nothing. And then we're going to get introduced to a brand new minigame, which is supposed to serve as your way to earn a little bit of extra cash early on. So, this is going to be Can Collector. The easy way to describe this would be kind of like 3D Pac-Man. We don't actually have to... We have to do the tutorial, but we don't have to do the actual minigame. So, we're just going to go through this tutorial now. So, this is a good time to sum up the plot so far, because a lot's basically happening. Here in Yokohama, there is basically the presence of the Ijin Free, the big free powers here. The Chinese Liu Mang, the Korean Kumijul, and the Japanese Seibu clan. Each of those are basically the big powers here. Ichi, after he's been shot, has woken up here, and he's been taken here specifically because of the Ijin Free, because with them, they are keeping the Omi Alliance at bay from keeping their Omi Alliance from getting to Ichi. So you don't actually have to get the cans here. None of this matters at all. You're going to see that there is a energy boost on the way. We have to use this immediately. The game will not allow you to progress until you do. And then again, we're just going to follow the line. It doesn't matter if we get the cans or not. None of this is going to affect what we get here. Oops. Now, the other important thing is that Ichi also has a counterfeit bill in his pocket. It is a 10,000 yen bill that is missing the other half of it. The interesting thing is as well, despite the fact that Ichi's jacket has a bullet hole in it, the note doesn't, which means that somebody has planted this note on Ichi after the fact. So, with that, the game is going to put us into the minigame properly. This is a cool minigame. It's good fun. It is essentially like a 3D version of Pac-Man. You collect cans and you get back to the end goal before time runs out. There are enemies that you can knock into, etc., etc. But we're just going to skip it. We're going to get 6 yen because we did nothing. And then we're going to get met with the Liu Mang. This is Zeng. You'll see him a couple of times through the game. They're kind of overextending their reach to the homeless area to shake them down when they shouldn't be. And you'll see behind us a brand new party member. On Ichi, we're going to attempt to stun Zeng because Zeng has stare down. Very nice. And on our brand new party member, Namba, the Hobomancer, we're going to use pigeons. Because of course we can use pigeons. So we're going to hope that with every single use of Stasis Fit, you can also reapply stun. That did, which is great. 2 rounds of Pigeon Raid will take out who? Now, I said about it briefly earlier. With Namba, we will not be using Pigeon Raid when Zeng is stunned, for the simple reason that every single instance of pigeons has a chance to wake Zeng up. Every single one is its own damage instance. That was a reapplication. So we'll just use opportune attacks every time we can. But when Zeng is awake, we're going to hit him with some pigeons. So hopefully he doesn't use stare down, and he will go down to the next pigeon. I should have used Stasis Fist there. I accidentally hammered X too fast. I thought it was his turn next. But with that, we end the fight with Namba. Now, with this, Namba is going to join the party. He's going to be our first proper quotation marks permanent party member. Cough. And with that, the game is going to give us a brand new skill. Tag Team Essence of Mayhem. This is going to be a very, very strong skill that we're going to use multiple times through the run. Now, after Chapter 2, it puts all of your items in an item box, and thankfully there's one over here. We're going to go and grab everything that we had left over from the previous chapter. You will also see that I got this luxurious belt. For skills, we're going to put on... Whoops, excuse me. Tag Team Essence of Mayhem. Namba, you get Gnarly Breath, and also Pigeon Raid. We'll talk Gnarly Breath in a minute. Gear, Ichi, everything. Luxurious belt. The belt we got from the Sawashiro fight increases Ichi's MP by 10, or whoever equips it by 10. These are party chats. These are important. Again, I'll talk about those later on. We need to now get lucky. That's not lucky. We need a minimum of 730 yen. Oh, you're giving me bad luck, aren't you? Oh, it's one of those days. So we need at least 100 or 500 yen. Perfect, that'll do. Now we can carry on. We need that specifically to use the taxi coming up in a bit. Essentially, Yakuza Like a Dragon has a fast travel system. This is brand new to LAD, not seen in any other Yakuza game. It is still the taxis like the fast travel system from the previous Yakuzas, but you can now use taxis from your pause menu. That's because Yokohama is actually 3 times the size bigger than Kamurocho. This is a huge map, and because of that, there are going to be points in the run, especially early on, where we're going to go and grab some early taxis, beginning with the one outside of the job center here. We've gone to Hello Work to try and get some work, but because we're both homeless, and because Anamba's an ex-nurse, they're finding it a little hard to get us some work. However, the director of Hello Work actually came to us and gave us a bit of a secret side job that we're going to do for him. There's a group of people who are being harassed by the Komi Jewel over on the left-hand side of town. So we're going to go over there, and we're going to go help them out with their problem. Now, on the way, we're going to go and grab one taxi down this road. Oh, also, I should warn you about cars. If cars hit you, you will take 100 damage, and you will also get stunned for about 10 seconds. It is a massive time loss in the speedrun, and I seem to end up getting hit by at least one car every run. It's a shame. This taxi is going to get used in chapters 7 and 14. There's a fight spawn here. It will always go left or right. You start seeing the first guy move, so we wait. I'm going to, because the last guy took his time to move, I'm going to just wait there. Fight spawn on the left is good. That usually means there shouldn't be one on the right. There is. That's a shame. So we're going to... I'm not going to get to the trigger for the actual story cutscene in time, so I'm going to intentionally trigger this fight in the middle of the road so that I can run away from it. Again, if we have to get into optional fights, make sure you do it with the aim that you can run away from the fight. So this bar here, we're going to meet a character called Hamako. This bar is being harassed by the Komi Jewel, and this is a guy called Matsuo. He was in the job center. He is being used by the Komi Jewel to harass them. He's actually weak to pigeons. I mean, honestly, I would also be weak to getting hit by pigeons, but, you know. With that job done, we are going to get 5,000 yen. We're going to get gracefully introduced to the Komi Jewel, who shoots some crossbows at us. And more importantly, we're going to get the Silversafe Skeleton Key. This is going to allow us to open all the silver safes around town. We're going to grab this taxi here. This is going to be one of the most used taxis in the run. And now we're going to hope for a little bit of luck when running from here to the next point. Because I don't have my smoke bomb, there's a high chance of a bad fight spawn coming along here. There it is. The nice thing is it's spawned a bit further back. So once again, with the aim of running away from the fight, go into the middle of the road. This way, again, we can just say to the game, I want to run this way. Dragon Engine shenanigans. Sometimes the Dragon Engine will stop you from running away for no reason at all. There seems to be kind of like an invisible barrier behind you. Don't know why. No idea why. But it allows you to run away from it. It stops you from running away from it sometimes. That's why, again, that sometimes positioning isn't going to matter, and that's why that smoke bomb would have been nice to have earlier. This taxi is going to be used in chapters 5 and 14. And we're going to head across the road here, and we're going to go grab... Ooh, our first 3 silver safes. I hate the traffic in this game. It terrifies me. In each of these safes is going to be 3 weapons. 1 for Adachi. 1 for Namba. 1 for Ichi. But we can't actually equip yet. So we're going to equip Nambas. We're going to use our fast travel. Oh, next one. Thank you. And I'm going to keep an eye on my minimap here. There's a quicker way you can go and a slower way you can go. We are going to... If there's no fight spawn, which there is, I'm going to have to go the long way. If there wasn't a fight spawn, I could go the quick way. I'm also going to have to despawn it with this vending machine because it's a little too far to the bottom, unfortunately. You'll see as I walk in here that the cutscene isn't going to automatically activate. It does if you go the top route. So having that fight spawn there is a little unlucky. It's just basically luck whether you get it or not. You can either have it there or you can just not have it there. You can also have it walk away. With this, Hamako, who we met in the previous night, is going to give us a bit of work. She's over on this side of town. She works with the Ladies of the Night. She gives them a place to stay, keeps them safe. And we're going to get very briefly introduced to a non-profit organization who calls themselves Bleach Japan. We'll talk about them later. For now, we've got one more fight left in this chapter. Hamako wants us as bodyguard duty for this area, and a couple of guys come down here. I'm gonna have to deal with them. You might remember I grabbed something before Sawashiro. Namba, please be out of the way. Nice. We're gonna hope to hit as many enemies as we can with this grenade. Good. You want to ideally have at least 2 enemies left. With that, it's only going to require 2 normal attacks from both Namba and Ichi. The main enemy of this group has more defense, which is why you want to hit them with the grenade. But as you saw there were a couple of enemies that were moving backwards in that time. This is going to be one of the big things about saving and losing time in Yakuza Like a Dragon early on. A lot of the early parts of Yakuza Like a Dragon are dictated by whether the enemy is in front of you, behind you, or moves around a lot. We're going to get access very, very soon to AoE attacks. In fact, within the next 2 minutes. So that's a big unique feature of LAD's fighting system, is that positioning matters. You do not have any ability to change your own positioning. I hope it's something that gets changed for LED 2, because that would be fantastic. Guess who's back? Adachi's back. Ichi's job changes from deadbeat to freelancer in name only. It is still the same job. Adachi's back, so we're going to give him his traffic wand. That's going to make him insanely strong. Physical damage-wise, Adachi is the strongest out of everybody so far, but when we go over the bridge, we find a baseball bat in the road. Ichi is the only one able to get the baseball bat out of the ground, and now he imagines enemies as different things. This is Ichiban's wild imagination at play. Starting with Namba, I will hit this guy first in an attempt to keep everybody together. We now have access to Mega Swing. This is an AoE attack on Ichi, hopefully hits everybody. A little bit of a shame that it only hit that guy. I'm going to try and kill this guy with an opportune. Very nice. Shame the other 2 are alive. I'm going to take care of the guy with more HP with pigeons. He may survive this, which is a little unfortunate. Everybody will level from this fight. Do not scrimp on your MP. Use it all. Just use your strongest stuff. Get rid of all of them. With this, Namba job ranks up and gets Pyro Belch. Pyro Belch, as you can probably guess, is going to be our first elemental attack. It is, of course, fire. So, with Ichi, we're going to put on Bat Buster, Mega Swing. With Namba, we're going to put on Pyro Belch. With Adachi, we're going to put on Reckless Charge and Beatdown. We're going to go into our gear, we're going to put Ichi's new weapon on, and we're going to travel back to Hello Work. Pyro Belch has a wonderful little thing attached to it. It's not single target. It looks single target, but it is line/cone based. It's a little bit of both. With Ichi, I'm just going to hit somebody with that. So there's again part of the problem with the targeting system, in that instead of attacking the guy that was actually closest to Ichi in front of him, it targeted the person behind Ichi. For no reason. Do not worry about the enemy stealing any of your items. You will get them back at the end of the fight. Hit that opportune with Ichi. Very nice. Ichi always job levels, so again, make sure you just use any of your abilities with Ichi here. You will get your MP back. We will now be on MP watch with Ichi for the next fight. We don't want to go down too much MP. Now that we have Adachi with us, ex-detective, we're going to get given some work for a local soapland called Otohime Land, which is all the way down here, next to the taxi we unlocked last time. This is going to put us immediately into an unskippable sub-story. This unfortunate fella is part of the Suji Dex. If that sounds like Pokemon, it's because it is. We have a very, very unfortunate turn order. So, now is a good time to talk about the unfortunate thing with turn order in Yakuza Like a Dragon. Every single run has the exact same stat level ups as each other. However, in this run, you'll see that actually it went Adachi, Namba, Ichi. The ideal turn order for everything coming up is Namba, Ichi, Adachi. You'll see why later, because it will fix itself, but it's a little random at first. Despite the fact that between every single run, all of our stats are the same, turn order is random. Turn order is influenced by agility, but there is also an underlying thing where your job can actually influence your turn order. You will see what I mean by that in the later parts of this run. Because they're in the middle, I can use a Mega Swing to take care of the green guy. Adachi's next. This should hopefully hit both. So, let's talk about Reckless. The reason that Reckless hit both enemies here, despite one of them being to the side, is the fact that when you use Reckless, if an enemy moves out of the way, it will always hit the enemy that was in the pathway of the attack before it goes off. This is a nice thing that devs did in regards to the programming of Reckless, in that if an enemy moves out of the way, they will still get hit. But if an enemy is not in the way when the move starts, there is a chance they won't get hit. So, as you can see already, there's a lot of things that influence the underlying stuff in regards to like a lot of moves and stuff with LED. We are meeting the owner of Otohime Land here, and Bleach Japan is outside. The guy at the front is named Kume. We will talk about him later on. So Ninomiya here is the owner of Otohime Land. One of his best workers is unfortunately not turning up for work. Her name is Madoka. The owner obviously is now not seeing as many profits as he used to, and he's worried for her. He actually genuinely has concern for her. Bad fight spawn. We gotta cross the road. we can't stay on that side of the road. We do need this taxi here for this chapter, so we're gonna grab it. It will also despawn that fight spawn that's ahead of us that you can see on the minimap. So Madoka has gone to meet somebody at Pocket Cafe by the name of Totsuka. We're gonna go and eavesdrop on them. That's a bad fight spawn. It's gonna... yeah, I have to go into the middle because it's gonna get into a fight with me. Had some rough fight spawn RNG so far. I knew that wasn't gonna work. I have to try and run from this guy. That's not ideal. It's really not ideal. Adachi... let's hope he wouldn't run back. That should work. Good. Yes, okay. Not bad. I'm having some very bad fight spawn luck, unfortunately, because that's where the cutscene was. It was right there. So, in this next fight, this is the reason why we saved Ichi's MP, is we want to hopefully get one Mega Swing off, and it depends on who starts this fight. If it's Namba, we will hit this guy with a Pyro, and it should hit both of them. We then Mega Swing with Ichi, and it should hopefully hit the guy on the right. Yep, which can be followed up with an opportunity from Adachi. So again, if Ichi started that fight what we would have done is started with a Mega Swing instead, and then we would have Pyro Belched the guy on the left that would have survived with Namba. basically, a lot of fights in LAD require a lot of knowledge of what can happen in a fight. Because if you get different starting party members, or if things go a little wrong, you need to know the ways of fixing that. Are you going the other way? That's a fight spawn. I've never seen that there. I said I was having some bad fight spawn luck, and I really am. The reason being is that I need to get into this area here. There is a taxi in here. We're going to grab it now. It's going to be used in chapters 12, 13 or 14, one of the two. 13, yes, 13. So we'll be back here much, much later. Now, this is going to be something we don't usually do in the run, but for marathon safety, this is going to be very important. A late fight spawn down there. Walk away, please. Good. We are going to need certain item drops in this game. What we need to do is do a specific extra fight in an attempt to get these. These are odd stones. In Yakuza Like a Dragon, there's a big weapon crafting system. We need those odd stones for a specific weapon for the late game. Unfortunately, as you can probably guess, like most RPG runs... Really? Really? You're gonna call that a hit? Really? Really? Alright. Alright, okay, sure, yep. I told you that at least once per run. At least once per run. Every time. So the odd stones are going to come from an optional fight, but unfortunately, as you know, with all good RPG runs, it's random. I could get 4, I could get none. And it's time to introduce you to Yakuza 7's version of summons, the Pound Mate system, beginning with an absolute Yakuza legend, Gary Buster Holmes. Gary here is actually one of the best summons in the game, despite being one of the earliest. Gary's summon, despite not being the most damage in the game, has a chance to stun. Which early on, stun is insanely broken. So, with that, we're going to go back to Otimiland and say that Madoka is giving money over to Totsuka. We're going to try and get some work in Sunlight Castle, which is where one of Madoka's family members has been put, to hopefully try and see what's going on. This is a sub-story we're going to intentionally start. If you've ever played Yakuza 2, you're going to recognize part of this sub-story. This guy's weak to pyro. He's not weak to pyro belch, but he goes down in 1 pyro belch. This is where you can get 1 odd stone. I'm looking on the left-hand side. We got 1. Okay, that means we are not going to have any problems in terms of drops in this run now. Have a heart to heart with your wife is the correct answer here to push it forward. Sometimes you have to go through a little bit of dialogue to skip the rest of the cutscene. So, in regards to the sub-story, this man has the last of the baby formula from the local supermarket. He needs to get some hot water, but as he was passing by, that Yakuza there was trying to take the baby formula off him. He's also heard some crying from in nearby buildings, so we're going to help out. We're going to go over here and ask for some hot water. This is why we needed the taxi earlier. Now, instead of going back with the hot water, we're going to take it and disappear. We're instead going to turn it nighttime. Somehow this water has magical properties and is going to stay hot the entire time. So... at Hello Work, they're going to manage to get us jobs based on our personalities at Sunlight Castle. Ichi's a janitor, Namba is a nurse because he was an ex-nurse, and with being an ex-detective, Adachi is a security guard. Ichi's going to find the Excellent Room. The Excellent Room is where people are being taken to unfortunately be euthanized. This is a big scam where people are getting their money grifted from them, from their family. So we've now figured that out. But we're going to finish off this sub-story. Now, it's going to be a little hard to explain this. This is Patriarch Gondawa. He has, specific tastes. If you've ever played Yakuza 2, yes, he's up to his old shenanigans. He's still up to his old shenanigans. Now, thankfully, with this turn order, it's a very, very quick fight. You can get an odd stone from that fight as well, but more importantly, we get 20,000 yen. Drink the milk. It literally doesn't matter if you do or not. Drink the milk, and more importantly, we get Gondaro as a summon. You might see him later on, you might not. There's only 2 fights where you potentially see him. It depends if the fight goes well or not. And the one particular fight never goes well. So, you probably won't. So, This is bar survive. This is your karaoke bar for Yakuza Like a Dragon. At this point, karaoke opens up. But more importantly, so does your bond links. Ignore the bartender. He might look a bit familiar. Just ignore him for now. Your drink links in this game, they act like your social links from Persona. That's the quickest and easiest way of basically describing them. You specifically want square here. This gives you charisma. This is one of your personality traits you need for specific job unlocks coming up. Adachi's bond grows stronger. Whenever you increase somebody's bond in this game, they get more experience when they're not in the party, and they also have a higher chance of doing a follow-up attack. We are not doing any of the bond links for those. We are only doing it for the personality stuff. With this, it is time to do a massive big set of set pieces, and this is where most of Chapter 4 can go right or go wrong. We're going to hope that the first fight in here, we're going to hope that Namba doesn't get up to any shenanigans. Namba, for some reason, can sometimes spawn in the middle of all the enemies. We're also, once again, really hoping that Namba starts this fight first, because he gets a good opportunity to hit multiple enemies with Pyro. With Ichi, we will just Mega Swing. It's a little unfortunate. These two are together. Now, for the most part, you want to wait for the enemies to stand up for certain attacks. It's the same with Pyro Belch. But fortunately, because they were together, I started it early to hit the first guy so that he wouldn't move. If you wait too long, that first guy would have moved away and I wouldn't have been able to hit him at all, and I got lucky with the guy behind him. Totsuka here is weak to most of the things in this fight. He will always move slightly left, so aim to the guy behind if Namba starts. And have a lovely little Mega Swing with Ichi. Now, if Adachi had a turn here, he would have got a good Reckless. Actually, he might still. That might hit Totsuka. That would be very good if it does. It might not. It didn't. Okay, he moved out of the way already. That's a shame. Nice crit. I'll take that. That guy who we hit with Adachi is usually one of the guys that takes a few more hits to go down. I'm going to hit Totsuka with Pyro. He's weak to fire and fizz, but this will take care of him. With this guy, I'm going to hit with an opportune or with a tag team because he has a lot of HP. I'm going to take this guy out. The fire isn't going to take care of him because he's got too high HP. And then we'll just take care of this guy with a Pyro Belch. Unless Taunt hits. That's fine. It didn't hit Namba. Also for some reason, that effect is for Fear. The latest patch, for some reason, made the Taunt effect become Fear visually, but not actually. It's a bit weird. And this is the point where you needed your free pieces of equipment. If you do not have free pieces of equipment, Totsuka won't let you in. We're off to see the Seiryu clan. We're going to say about Totsuka's dirty dealings on the side. So, because we did the Gondara sub-story, we now have extra money. Because of that, we're going to start with Namba, apparently. We're going to hit the main guy in this fight because he has the most HP. And with Ichi, we're going to start using summons because of the extra money. Gary Buster Holmes is going to start us. That's a good, very, very good set of stuns. This Reckless will hit both because they're in a line. Remember what we said earlier? Beautiful Reckless. This is going to cause this fight to end very quickly. Because with Ichi, we're going to hit the guy in the back to make sure we hit all three of them with this AoE Mega Swing. Mega Swing will guarantee to hit all three, Pyro will not. That's why if Namba went first, I would have just guarded. With Namba, we learned the skill Push and Shove. That is a very situational skill that we likely won't use, but has a chance of stunning. That old stone is the one you will usually pick up in your normal runs. That is the one that you are guaranteed. We're running from a lot of the backup. Now, in this place, there are 3 enemies that act like bosses. Here is the first. This is Ida, and he has the problem of summoning backup, but that's actually a good thing. We are specifically going to do as much damage to Ida as possible. Because Ichi starts, I'm just going to Mega Swing. I should probably more likely do a Tag Team Essence of Mayhem, but because he can hit all the enemies, this is going to set up for the end of the fight a bit better. Nice! He walked into that. That's very nice. So we actually, and that'll hit the other guy as well because of the start of this move. That's good. We want Ida to summon backup. Reason being is that this will increase our EXP that Ichi will level in the fight after this one. Nice. This is very nice. So, with this, we now want to take care of Ida to make sure he doesn't summon any more backup. To make sure that happens, because he's going next, usually, if you get lucky and Adachi has a high agility roll, you'll just take care of Ida with Adachi. Unfortunately, because he was late, I'm just gonna have to take care of this guy normally. One Pyro Belch takes this guy out. Actually, I should have reckless that guy. Now, very specifically, you'll see I'm using Batbuster, not Tag Team Essence of Mayhem. I need to hold onto my MP with Itchy, just in case. And the next fight after this one is one of those fights that I was talking about earlier, where there is a chance to use the actual furniture in the actual fight itself for good, but it's also one where if you can Mega Swing, it's much better. So for the next fight, we just want AoE stuff, and after the fight, because we got a backup enemy, we will level with both Adachi and now also Itchy to recover Itchy's MP. Also, I saw somebody ask earlier, there is the PC version of this runs faster than the PS4 and Xbox One versions, but the PS5 and Series X versions, for the first time in the series, have load parity with PC. But on PC, we actually have a load remover. For shenanigans, if Itchy never leveled up, we would grab this box, this Tarana is an MP regen. I don't know why the door is open. What I am going to do, however, is I'm going to use that Tarana for potential strats. Here's boss number 2. This is Kasiyama. Nice, we should have the good turn order. This is the good turn order. Namba puts 20% defense down on. That's not what I wanted. That's the wrong skill. Don't worry about it. Here's an opportunity for Adachi. So, the reason why I want this particular turn order is Itchy into Adachi. Kasiyama will guard any frontal attack, but he will not guard certain attacks like Tag Team Essence of Mayhem. Because of that, it is a guaranteed free crit every time for Adachi. Now, unfortunately, because I Mega Swinged, I can't do the fast version of this fight. There is a small chance, if you get the early burn on Kasiyama, to actually finish this fight before his next turn. He is now going to use Fierce Charge. If he uses it on Namba, Namba's potentially dead. He is as well. Oh, I love you, Kasiyama. Here we go. Namba lives for now. Good. Now, Namba and Adachi don't have any defensive items on them. This is not a problem for Adachi, who is inherently tanky. It's a problem for Namba, which becomes a problem for the speedrun. With the Drink Links, after every single fight you get certain bond points. If Namba dies at any point, Namba will not get the bond points needed for the speedrun. This is a problem because Namba loves dying in this set piece. We have backup strats, as always. Again, I'm going to start this early. They'll start to get up before I get over there, and she'll hopefully hit both. Very nice. Very, very nice. It's going very, very well. I'm going to take care of this guy because I know Reckless will take care of him, and that will take one of the enemies out of the turn order, obviously getting him back to Itchy's turn faster. Itchy, I believe, levels from this, so you are fine to do that. He does not. I lied, but the MP levels are fine because the next fight should be a Mega Swing into a Tag Team Essence. Now, this fight is usually where Namba dies. This is the third of the bosses. This is Kikigawa. Kikigawa has a very special skill, one that you're not going to see very often in this run. He always walks left first, so if you start with Namba, aim for the guy at the back. The first thing Kikigawa should do is Fighting Spirit. This is going to make it so that he increases his attack by 20%. Oh, he did. Nice. Namba might survive. We're going to do all of our best single targets against Kikigawa. I'm going to take care of Sakurai with Namba to obviously take him out of the turn order. Now, unfortunately, Adachi is not in a good turn order with Itchy right now. You're alive, sir. Not too happy with that. Because we were out of turn order, I'll just do an attack with Itchy. There's Fighting Spirit. Okay, so his next attack is guaranteed to be Cleave. Cleave is going to do an insane amount of damage. It will one-hit Namba if we do not hit the perfect guard. And guess who's bad at hitting the perfect guard in this fight? Hello, it's me. Thankfully, we've got a good turn order, so he's gone before he gets to use it. The thing about Cleave, it's an exceptionally special attack. Cleave is one of only about 2 or 3 attacks that the enemy have in this actual run. There's more optional enemies that do this. But in the actual run itself, there's only 2 or 3 enemies that can actually use a move that gives you a guaranteed crit. So if somehow Namba survives cleave, his pigeons, every single instance of his pigeons will crit on the next attack. So again, if Namba survives the cleave, that then gives you options for new battle strategies. This is what I was talking about with LED's fights, in that there's a lot of fights in this game that are very much down to luck, and also what happens in it. Everything that happens in a fight in this game influences what comes next. Thankfully, we have a heal spot just before the final fight of this set piece and the final fight of this chapter. If you pause, skip, you can actually get through this door earlier. This fight is going to be dictated by our early turn order. We're going to hope for Namba, then Ichi. Now, in this fight, Ida does not summon backup, he heals. That's unfortunate. Gary's got the bonus damage, that's good. So, because Namba's going second, I'm not going to hit Ida. Again, every single instance of this fire, as you can see, has a chance of waking up Kikigawa. Kikigawa is the weakest in this fight, and we don't want Ida to wake up to heal anybody else. So for now, we're just going to make sure that we take out Kikigawa. I'm doing that to save Ichi's MP, which is nice. I should not do this, honestly, because this will probably wake him up. Yep, okay. So he'll heal on his next turn. That's fine. In our next 3 turns, we can take care of him. It's a little unfortunate. He'll use a stamina next. Kaseyama stays stunned for 1 more turn. Remember, everyone stays stunned for 2 turns. It's a little unfortunate that Ichi goes before Namba, because Namba has to wait for him to stand up to be able to hit every hit of Pyro. Although he is in the corner, so I might have been able to actually do that. And to make sure that he goes down, we will Reckless. I do not want him to heal. So, with Namba starting, we will start off with a Gnarly Breath. This will take his defense down by 20% again. And thankfully, you can see our turn order has righted itself. We can go back to doing... That was a good hit. That was a 192. That was a crit on top of the actual hit. Taunt on Namba is bad, because obviously with Namba, you'll see the guard here. Yep. Nice crit, I suppose. The ideal person to taunt here is obviously Adachi. Ooh, a follow-up. That doesn't happen very often. Ooh. So once again, Namba's going to stay taunted. Ichi's now going to run out of MP. This is the reason why I picked up that Tarana earlier. Namba's going to unrage. With this, I'm going to Tarana onto Ichi, because Ichi can now carry on using Tag Team Essence of Mayhem. Really, no Adachi. Adachi, low agility roll again. Again, he's going to gun if I hit him from the front, so we'll just use Reckless instead, and he should be 1 hit after this. Actually, Pyro will make sure. Pyro will make sure. Adachi just pushed Namba away. That almost didn't hit every hit. That was an okay fight. I usually like it when Namba goes first, because we get to take out Ida first and have no problems. So, you can see that Totsuka there was about to have to atone for the dirty dealings that he was doing on the side with Sunlight Castle, but instead, the Hoshino, the chairman of the Seiru clan, told him instead, just get out of the actual clan, and you can save your pinky. With that, we are actually going to get Madoka her money back, which is actually a very generous offer from the Seiru, and Hoshino basically says that he's not doing this as a favor to Ichi, and then Ichi actually shows that he quite admires Hoshino for the fact that he's one of the old school kind of Yakuza bosses. Hoshino asks who Ichi's old patriarch was, to which he replies, Arakawa. At which point Hoshino has a very, very interesting reaction. With that and a job well done, we're going to head back to Otohime Land, and we're going to find something very unfortunate. And we're going to find that the owner of Otohime Land, who we just helped out, has unfortunately been killed. Once we get interrupted by this guy on the side of the corner, because he always interrupts us. It sucks. But yes, I can see some talk about it in the chat as well. Like a Dragon has an amazing localization and also an amazing English dub. Like, both the English and the Japanese dub actually do an amazing job with this game. So you might be wondering why I'm doing it in Japanese. There is 1 point in the run, just 1 point, where Japanese is faster than English. I'll point it out when we get there. So the only difference is about 10 seconds. So if you want to run this game in English with the amazing English dub, you can. But for the sake of speed, Japanese is just that tiny bit faster. This is Sayako, one of Nanamiya's employees, sister of Madoka, and more importantly than that, our fourth party member. I did that a little early. I was waiting for the load screen. There you go. She is amazing. She's not the best character in the game, but for late game strats, she is going to be invaluable. Now, you'll see down the bottom bar, she's actually level 14. She's a higher level than everybody else in our party so far, but she does less damage. You might be wondering why that is, and that's because she starts at job level 1. So, we're intentionally not going to attack with Sayako. Namba first is nice. Hopefully we can hit all 3 here. That probably won't. Again, one of those that gets influenced by who gets hit. As long as the guy in the middle gets hit, these two should go down to a mega swing. Nice. Go. So, Sayako gets a few job levels up, but the problem is the next fight is a bit of a harder fight. This is a non-optional sub-story. This is Part-Time Hero. Part-Time Hero likes to go fast and hit Itchy twice. I'm not sure if I've mentioned the problem yet. Now, being RPG Limit Break, I'm sure that most people in here are aware of a certain series that goes by the name of the Shin Megami Tensei series. Like a Dragon takes a leaf out of SMT in that if Itchy dies, it's game over. That is going to be very, very important coming up later on. If Itchy dies, that's the end of the run, or it would be normally. One thing to note about death in LAD is that any money you have on you will get reduced. This is going to be a problem later on. Earlier on, not too bad. We use most of our money early on for summons, although we have a very big long shopping list of things we have to do in this chapter. This isn't one of the longest chapters in the game, but we're going to make it the longest in the speedrun. So Part-Time Hero now gives you the completion list for the game. If you've ever done a Yakuza game before, you'll know there is a massive list of things to do. Minigames, stuff like that. Everything you do in this game that goes towards completion list, as you can see in the top right, influences your actual personality. And the style points we got for taxiing just then are necessary. So, we are here. This is the Liu Mang's territory. Sayako, on the phone to Nanamiya just before he died, overheard a name, Mabuchi, aka Lao Ma. We're here in the Liu Mang territory to try and find them. But everybody we ask, even this kid here, is gonna walk away. So, with our next fight here, this is gonna be a Gary Buster Holmes summon fight. With Namba starting, we're going to hit Guo first, because Guo is #1 priority. With Sayako, we're just going to cobble bag one of these guys over here. They should hopefully take enough damage. Nice stun. But the thing is, we're going to stun with Gary anyway. Nice. Do we have any good reckless opportunities? No. So what I'll do instead is I'll just take care of this guy. Again, targeting system in this I wish was better. It's one of the things I really hope gets fixed in LAD 2, because you can hit like left and right to target the different enemies, but it will then go a different direction. You will see it happen often in this, and it's very upsetting. Because I adore this game to bits, but the targeting system is terrible. What it needs is an ability to target via the icons, and then it would just be fixed. Like, the targeting system is probably the only complaint I have towards Yakuza Like a Dragon. Everything else about this game is phenomenal. The fact that it's their first go at a turn-based JRPG, it is amazing. Zeng is here. We're going to follow him into the shop. Sayako's going to disappear, despite just joining the party, to try and get a job in the Chinese pub and get us a chance to go in there. We are going to go and do something far more important. We're taxiing over to Hello Work because we want to go down here. We are being introduced to Yakuza Like a Dragon's weapon system. Down here is going to be the blacksmith, Samir. Now, if Namba dies at any point, do this bond conversation. This is the catch-up. You can see on the right it gives him 10 bond points. Namba can die twice in fights, and that will still give you enough bond points to be able to have enough bond points later on. We'll see Samir in a bit. We need money and materials. Sayako's going to call us. She's got a job in the pub. She can get us in. We're going to grab this taxi because this taxi is going to get used twice in the run. We're also going to go back here. this should, hopefully, just allow us to go up here, which it will. So we're going to head up the stairs, and we're going to get into our next big fight. This fight has something very unfortunate in it. Zeng round 2. Zeng has a lot of new tricks, and they're all nasty. That's one of them. So, the defensive stance. If we hit Zeng's defensive stance, he is going to counter. Except, there's certain moves that Zeng can't counter, such as Pyro Belch. Whoops. Nice hit on the guy behind. He's going to break his defensive stance for his next turn. And with Itchy, we're going to Mega Swing the rest of the enemies. This is going to give Sayako an opportunity to take them out, whilst we focus our best single target on Zeng. Now, Zeng has a very unfortunate attack in this fight, and it's Stare Down, but it's a special version. Zeng's version of Stare Down can hit everybody, which, as you can probably guess, makes the fight go a lot longer. Now, we're going to hope that that doesn't go off, and we're also going to hope that no one dies in this fight, specifically Adachi and Sayako. And we need a little bit of experience on the both of them. There it is. There it is. Really? Wow. Oh, that's unfortunate. And the other unfortunate thing is he hits Sayako, who's not the best at attacking him. So it's going to be 2 turns before everybody gets rid of their fear. And now you're solo stare-daring Sayako? Excuse me? What is this luck? This is terrible. Okay, so everybody else is going to wake up now because it's their second turn. I'm going to do this to... Wait, Itchy didn't get out of that? Really? Oh dear, that's particularly bad. Good. Okay. That is a terrible fight. Essentially, that has cost me about 30 to 45 seconds. That's how terrible that was. That is awful. I haven't had a fight that bad in such a long time. That sucks. But that's the luck. That's the RNG. These things can happen. These things can just happen. That can literally miss everybody, or as you saw there, hit everybody. I haven't had that hit everybody for about 3 months. 3 months. Such a shame. So, we're going to have a nice heart-to-heart with Sayako. We're going to get her a bit more acclimatized with the rest of the party. And then we're going to wake up the next day. Now, this is where we're going to start to do our side activities. There's a lot of things we need to do in this chapter to set up for the rest of the run. First of all, we're starting this sub-story. For those of you who have played this game, yep, we're getting Nancy. And then we're going to do a little bit of story. So, this is where Yakuza Like a Dragon really opens up in terms of gameplay. I've mentioned it a couple of times. Here comes the job system. Every single character can pick between a couple of jobs. They are influenced by a couple of things. Character's level, Itchy's personality stuff, and the character's bond levels. We're going to start by changing someone's job immediately, and that person is Sayako. And because we're in a marathon, I'll give you the Onamicho outfits. So, once that's done, we can now go do one big long side quest. We need, in this chapter, a minimum of 2 million yen. Let's go do that. That is a weapon for Sayako, also gives us a little bit of style, which is what we need in this chapter. We're going to go and head over to Part-Time Hero. That unflattering shot of the cat is going to indicate that we have started this next big quest. As soon as we leave, we're going to get a call from Part-Time Hero saying that somebody left the door open and let all the cats out. Whoops. So we're going to go and get all of the cats right now. Said cats, there's going to be about 9 or 10 of them. I believe it's 10 to begin with. 1 afterwards. The first 10 cats are going to give us 1 million yen. They're also going to give us access to a second quest, which gives us 1 final cat for another 1 million yen and a pound mail. But whilst we're here, we're also, as you can see, going to be going to do something else. We're going to start getting the Kappa Statues. The Kappa Statues have a reward of 2 million yen. If you've ever played Yakuza Like a Dragon, you know there's a money wall coming up. Yep, that's what the Kappa Statues are going to get used for. Now, the thing is, the Kappa Statues are story-locked until Chapter 7. There's one story locked to Chapter 6, and one story locked to Chapter 7. So the earliest you can finish off the Kappa Statues in Chapter 7, we're not going to finish them until Chapter 11. Now, the nice thing about Yakuza Like a Dragon, you can save load anywhere. So let's say that you get a fight spawn in front of you that you just can't run away from because you can't set it up properly. You can just save load, and the fight spawn is gone. Very, very nice. Love the Dragon engine for that. Here we're going to grab this taxi. This taxi is going to get used in this chapter, but also we're going to use it to despawn them. Please don't give me the nasty fight spawn afterwards. Good. There's a late fight spawn that can happen here sometimes. There are two hitboxes here. This cat and Nancy. Hitting the cat first allows us to jump into Nancy's hitbox. And provided we're holding right on our right stick, this should move Itchy's viewpoint early. It did not this time, that sucks. Nancy is cheeky. Nancy is hiding. Nancy?
No.
Nancy is always going to be there. With that, we're going to go over to the other side of the bridge, to the other side of the commercial district. We're also going to try and get these bugs here, and we're going to hope for some luck. Silver is unfortunate. So, we are specifically... I'm just despawning the fight spawn with that sub-story there for this Kappa statue. We want to get specific golden bugs during the run. If we get lucky and get them early, then we can actually get an accessory early called the Hariti's Amulet. We're going to be getting it at some point during the run anyway. But if we can get it early, the better, because the Hariti's Amulet despawns every single fight spawn in the game. So if you manage to luck out and get the gold bugs early and get it as early as Chapter 5, you have the entire run without having to worry about any fight spawns. There's also a couple of guaranteed fight spawns that don't spawn in with the Hariti's Amulet. We know that from New Game Plus runs. You might also be wondering about Yakuza Like a Dragon Like a Run. This is the best time to do it because we're just going around grabbing cats and Kappa statues. We'll be back in the park for the other cat and Kappa statue later on. Yakuza Like a Dragon's New Game Plus run is unfortunate. Yakuza Like a Dragon's New Game Plus run is bland. The reason being in that obviously you're a very, very high level. So essentially what you do is you one-shot every single fight, and you do this by using the essence moves. Now, that run is only 2 hours long. It saves you about 2.5 hours. But the entire run is just skip cutscenes, the run. It's good for people who can't do long runs like this, and it's very good to learn, you know, most of the movement stuff. Like this, what we're doing here is something that you wouldn't do in New Game Plus, for example. But as an actual run itself, it's a little unfortunate because positioning in fights doesn't matter. Enemy spawns don't matter because you have the Hariti's Amulet on from the start. You have everything set up to just one-shot every single fight. So, New Game Plus is a little unfortunate, whereas any percent, that's the one that has all the stakes, as you'll see later on. In this run, we're going to become very, very underleveled very, very quickly. The nice thing is, LAD has a very nice system to get you a little bit more up to date with party members who change their jobs late on, for example. You'll see it in action in a bit. It's going to take a while for us to get there. There's going to be another bug opportunity here. Hopefully we can grab this one. Oh, also, one important thing that I should mention is the further north you go in the map, the stronger the enemies get. So the enemies in the park are between level 15 to 20. So they're a lot higher level than I am. In the old route of the run, we used to have to take a fight up there, which usually ended up with Itchy dying, especially in hilarious, unintentional ways, because some of the enemies in those fights can hit multiple enemies. That's another Bond conversation if you can get to it. Usually that fight spawn stops you. Did not want to run this way, but that's actually fine. We should be able to get to the other side. We are going to do this bit of story, but first we need this taxi. Very, very important. Using taxis like this respawns enemies. So unlike the older Yakuza games where it goes into the alert period, you'll see with the alert period for this game, they just stand there, but they have a higher degree of getting into a fight, like a higher angle of getting into a fight with you than the older games. So if you can run away far enough like you saw me do there, you can get out of their influence without them getting into a fight with you. But other than that, you saw me use that taxi because I knew that the fight spawn was inside the train station. So by using that taxi or one of these vending machines or talking to this guy, for example, you can actually despawn any fight spawn. We want this premium sushi set. That's important coming up. But essentially, most confirmation triggers in this game get rid of fight spawns. So if there's bad fight spawns, you want to use confirmation triggers. Now, confirmation triggers such as the Kappa Statues do not get rid of fight spawns. This would not work. The cats, however, do. And on the way down here again, back to these safes, you might hear it on the way. You'll be miserable today? Not going to say anything. The penultimate cat. Or technically the penultimate cat. We're now going to go back to the Liumang area. I'm going to go get the last cat. You can see we've only got 4,000 yen left. Remember, taxiing via your menu costs more than using the taxi itself. That's something that a lot of people don't actually realize, and it's something we only found out when we started speedrunning it, when we realized, wait, why are we out of money? Calling an Uber costs money, you know? So, final cat. We are now going to go back to Part-Time Hero, and we're going to go get our first reward. This is going to be 1,000,000 yen, and it's going to start up the second. It's going to start up the second subquest for Part-Time Hero. And this is where I have a very, very big shopping list. So if you see the cutscene here, this means you've done it correctly. There's our 1,000,000 yen. We are now being tasked to get Part-Time Hero's final cat back, the elusive Robson. He is apparently at the highest point in town, which is kind of not true, but sure, whatever. I'll go with it. Now, if you don't have enough odd stones from earlier in the run, you have to get lucky and have that guy right there on the right spawn in as an enemy. That fight drops odd stones. There is always at least one guaranteed. You will usually get 2 or 3. So if you do not have enough odd stones at this point, you have to do that fight. But again, it's a random chance for that guy to appear. Robson, again, it's not even the highest point. The highest point is just up there. Again, we're going to hope for a lucky gold bug here. Please be the moth. Spider, that's a shame. Alright, so Kappa Statue just chilling with the shopkeep. Now I'm going to get a couple of food items. 21 daikons. 1 tomato, 51 hot peppers. We're going to need better menu than this. 42 potatoes, 43 onions, 62 garlic. This is the part where I have to really concentrate to not mess up. 2 mushrooms, 11 carrots. Then comes the longer one, the one that requires my math degree. 23 quality. I got 0? I'm going to get extra just in case. High quality, we need 18. I can't remember those either. Ragged cloth, I need 5. Thick, I need 18, so 15. Beautiful cloth, I need 23, so 22. High quality, we don't need. We need 20 metal wires, so 14. That's whatever. A little extra won't hurt. 43 dirty iron, so 37. Wait, 36? Whatever. It's fine. The counting degree, by the way. Sometimes math is hard. 39 refined iron. I'll go 40 just in case. No reinforced. We need the cloudy pane next, which is 40, so 33. Clear pane, 35, so 24. Thank you. Immaculate, 34, so 30. Oh, nice round numbers. Do like nice round numbers. Tempered glass, we need 27, so 26. Cheap plastic, I need 18, so 15. Sturdy, I need 14, so 13. Dull aluminium, we need 26. We usually don't get any of these. We usually don't get any gleaming either, which is 9. There you go. Thick hide, we need 20, so 11. Excuse me. Smooth, we need 18, so 16. High-end leather, we need 8, which we usually don't get any. And free full grain leather, perfect. Move to the left, avoid pocket circuit. I love you, PCF, but we're not doing Dragon Cart today. Go over here and use this vending machine. These are the drinks you need. 5 muscle soda, much like the previous Yakuza speedruns, muscle soda is overpowered. It is a 30% attack increase. And also Kiwami drinks, a 30% EXP. increase. That's going to be very, very useful coming up. With that, we have Robson. We're going to go back to see Part-Time Hero. Yes, skip. Thank you. That's weird. That shouldn't be on my screen. Thank you. That's very weird. Alright, so with that, we're going to head back and we're going to carry on the story at last. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Sayako. I'm going to put on her new skill, Sparkling Cannon. We're going to put on her new weapon. And we're going to taxi... Am I not outside? Okay, this is the weird thing. Some buildings you can taxi inside. Some buildings you can't taxi inside. So just make sure you have left said buildings, unlike me. So, we're going back to Otohime Land. We're going to spend the night here, and unfortunately, we're going to get woken by Bleach Japan. Kume is here. Bleach Japan want to get rid of the grey zones around the place, including, obviously, places in the sex industry. So, the nice thing about this fight is we're going to start off with Gary Buster Holmes. It's going to get rid of most of the enemies here. Sayako is going to Sparkling Cannon Okino because he goes down. Despite Sayako being level 1, by the way, look how much damage she does. Blue numbers, by the way, are very important. That means you've gone through the enemy's defense. Very important, that. So with this, I know that it should be Ichi starting the second phase of this fight. Coming up in the second phase of this fight, this is Kume. Now, Kume has one redeeming feature, and that's that he's weak to literally every single attack in the game. Sayako first. Well then, Sparkling Cannon is. And then we should Mega with Ichi in the middle to get everybody. One will survive. Two will survive. With this, I will Pyro Dodge this guy because he'll 100% go down. And then Adachi will 100% take down Kume because he's weak to Fizz. Cool. So we point out to poor old Kume that by kind of harassing us, that's technically a bit of a grey zone with the amount of people they have as well, which causes Kume to go away with his tail between his legs. We'll see him again much later on. But for now, I'd like to introduce to you the strongest character in the game. This is Eri, and I'm not joking you in that she is literally the strongest character. She is a completely optional character. Now, most Yakuza games come with a mini-game that takes a bit more time than the rest of the game. This is Yakuza Like a Dragon's. This is the business minigame. You're put into basically, you're the CEO now, or not the CEO, but you're basically put in charge of Ichiban Confections. Yes, it's a play on words. This is going to be tutorialized. We can't do anything here. This is just going to show that the business is making a massive loss. Reason being, those two in the middle and the right-hand side of the business, they have massive wages, far too much for the actual business. Now, apart from the first 2 rounds of the business minigame, this is completely optional. We are going to do about 10 minutes of it. This is going to unlock Eri. Our old friend Nick gives us some money to help us out with the business. Hello, Omelette. Did that just teleport me? Wait, that's not supposed to happen. That's weird. So, we're gonna have to assign the correct people to the correct places. So Tomei there, you there, and Omelette, of course. Yes, any good business needs a chicken running its business. We're gonna go to employees. We're going to get rid of you and you. I'm gonna be careful with my menuing here. 1, 2, 3. Upgrade. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Cool, that's everything you need to do. With this, we are going to hit rank 100, which is what Nick needs us to get to, in the least amount of turns possible, with the least amount of effort in this minigame. If you are doing this minigame casually, this is all you need to do. For the first, up until rank 50, Ichiban Confections is massively overpowered. We, however, only need to get to rank 100. So everything else that's going to happen with the business is going to be a little on the random side, but not. We're going to get Omelette as a pound mate. Now, unfortunately, Omelette fans, you aren't going to see Omelette in the run. Omelette is a HP/MP restorative. It is random. We don't like random here. We like knowing what we're going to get, unfortunately. So you're not going to get to see Omelette. But who you are going to get to see before we go back to the business is Nancy. I'm going to go and unlock Nancy real quick. We don't use Nancy until chapter 7. Because there's a really weird thing with one of the fights at the end of this chapter. Certain fights, and this is bizarre, we don't know why this happens. There are certain summons in certain fights that just don't work. Nancy at the end of the chapter is one of them. So we have different strats. Really, this fight spawn. If there's been one theme to this run so far, it's bad fight spawns. This might not work because of the railing. Nice. Okay, so you may have seen it very briefly there. Do you see with Sayako how much little space she actually needed to run away from that fight? That's because certain characters in your party, the rest of this is unskippable unfortunately, certain characters in your party don't need as much space to run away from fights. Very important coming up later. So we got in the premium sushi set. With that, he gives us Nancy. And Nancy is now in our party. So we're going to go back to the business. And like I said, we're now going to do about 10 to 12 minutes of the business to unlock Eri. The other reason why we want to unlock Eri is it gives us a bond conversation that will give us some of the parameters that we need. And this is the point where you need your bond points with Nanba. Because here's the thing. Namba's about to leave for pretty much most of the game. He's not going to be a part of our team ever again. We are going to want to hire this guy. This guy. Make everybody happy. Go down here to skip a tutorial message. Change you for you, you for you, and begin. These are the shareholder meetings. They turn up every 4 turns. Follow these instructions. Go for the angry ones first. It's color-coded. So basically, follow the colors. Omelet's very good for a low-cost unit here. So you'll see me obviously use up most of my skill points. At the bottom right is a bar that is going around. When that hits around 1 full cycle, it will give us our level 1 skill. We're going to use that to do damage, but also get the points back to carry on with this. This guy should be all... Nope, that's fine. That's why you wait a second, and then it's all omelet, baby. The more you hit them with what they're weak to, the more damage goes up for the next hit after that. We need to do another 2 shareholder meetings after this to hit rank 100. And it gets us to 134. That is good. We are on a good track to be able to get to rank 100. The next few things that are going to happen here are a little random. Basically, everything that comes between each of these attempts is going to be random, apart from one thing. We're going to get access... Excuse me? Hello? That can happen sometimes with the Dragon Engine. You'll get used to it. Debts can now be accessed. If you are doing this mini-game casually, or you're doing it in New Game Plus and you want to do this a bit quicker, doesn't affect the speedrun. When those debts get accessed, take out a 5 million yen debt. Do not spend it. Very important for what's coming up after this. What's coming up after this is the only guaranteed pop-up. If you've seen the advertisement period, not this one, this one, that always occurs then. With the speedrun, all of these, apart from the advertisement one, all of these pop-ups that are happening after every single round of the business, they're randomized. So whether we save or lose time is completely random. Sometimes your staff members are going to ask for a wage increase. Take the wage increase. Always take the wage increase. You need your staff members. I have a theory. There is one random person who will turn up. It goes by the name of Yang. He might actually be... Oh, we got the lucky random 5 million from Omelette. Again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect the run in any way, shape, or form. But again, if you get lucky, there you go. There is one member who turns up by the name of Yang. I have a suspicion he's a little stronger than the 14 cost red guy that we currently have. But today's not the day if he turns up to test it out. I know what I'm like, and sometimes in marathon runs I do kind of do some dumb things. Either way, nope, not hiring anybody. Either way, as I said, this is about 10 to 12 minutes of the business minigame. This is the one time I get to kind of chill in the run. Unlike the other Yakuza games, there's no break period. It's the first time I've actually had a drink in the last hour and a half-ish. So, now would be a good time if anybody has any questions about the run itself. This would be the absolutely most... Oh, every time you get an employee meeting or a shareholder meeting, make sure you make your employees happy. That makes things go a lot faster. So now would be a good time to answer any questions anyone has about the run. So if anyone's got any questions, feel free, throw them in chat and I can answer them at this one point. I missed one dirty iron. That's unfortunate. That happens every so often. That's not the end of the run. I will probably have to go get it. Oh, that's bad. When can I go do that? I'll have to do it in a minute. It's always either the dirty iron or the cloudy pain that I mess up in this run every single time. I might carry on and hope to get lucky. We'll see. I think the sturdy iron is actually one of those that I buy extra on because it's usually one of those that I mess up. So I think I'm going to carry on and we'll just see. If it is a problem, it's only going to cost me about 45 seconds. It's not actually that much of a run ender as far as marathons go. If it's good for PB, it's a run ender. But as far as marathons go, it'll be fine. If for some reason any of my other materials don't drop, I have a safety save. But it should be fine because I have the odd stones that I need. Is there rugby, baby? Afraid not. I have enough dirty iron. I really hope so. That runs where they use the DLC characters in business minigame. No, because as you can probably guess, again? Omelette. Nice. As you can probably guess, the DLC characters are massively overpowered and make this trivial. So if people want to do, so we don't also, that's also a good point. With the DLC jobs, we do not allow them as well in the main any %. Although if anyone wanted to do a run with the DLC at all, just do it. We'd call it any % with DLC. Like, it's no problem. We would just like make it a category with DLC. And don't take any of these as well, by the way. I'm getting really long messages. This sucks. So if you want to do it with the DLC, you feel free to do so. We'll just call it any % with DLC. The thing is, and this is the weird thing, a lot of your damage in LAD is dictated by your weapons. You're going to see that coming up in this chapter. The DLC weapons are very, very hard to get and actually very expensive. So despite, if we were to allow the DLC jobs, they're not necessarily better for the run. That's the weird thing. Alright, last meeting, I have to pay attention to this one. With this one, start with the lady on the right. Remember when I said start with the angry ones? No, I lied. Start with her. 2 Tomes. It's very important you do this specifically. Wait patiently. We're going to go after this guy on the left first. I'm going to try and get back as many points as I can before we hit him. Get our skill in a second. I might be down a point here, which would be unfortunate. So we're going to hope that we get enough from this. Okay, I'll get in time. Cool. Okay, good. We're good. You have to... Oh, that's not enough. How is that not enough? That should be enough. Alright, I just gotta wait a second. That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. One more omelette. That's all I needed. That's very unfortunate. Oh, that one's a bit more of a problem. That's going to cost me about 10 seconds. That's a shame. Any glitches or weird stuff? No, except for the glitches the game throws at us, like not being able to run from fights and stuff. There's not that many Yakuza speedruns that actually have glitches. The one that has the most glitches is, ironically enough, the longest one in Yakuza 5, which is a 6-hour run. In Yakuza 5, we're able to go out of bounds and actually use it. Yakuza 0 and Yakuza Kiwami have out of bounds, but neither of them are usable. Which is a massive shame. They're very, very easy to set up before a run, but they just don't lead to anything, which really sucks. So a lot of the Yakuza runs don't actually have a lot of out-of-bounds that actually work in the run outside of Yakuza 5, which is bizarre that it's Yakuza 5 of all things. Cursed that it's Yakuza 5 more like. Either way, Eri's here. So we're going to start off with certain dialogue options. We want X. That gets us charisma. Can't skip this. This is the final story cutscene you will ever see Eri in coming up here. Unfortunately, Eri is never going to be seen in the story cutscene ever again. But as I said earlier, she's insanely good. She's one of the best party members in the entire game, and you'll see why very soon. And whilst we're here, we're going to do some Namba talk as well. So Eri's bond link stuff is completely different. Hers only increases with the business side game. We're again obviously not going to do that. With Namba, we get 2 personality increases. We want welcome to Casca's Counseling Corner. What's done is done. That gets us charisma and confidence. With this, before we leave, we can leave this next one until chapter 11. But because we're in an online marathon, we're going to get these for safety. We're going to get our healing items for the game. This bartender, who may or may not look somewhat familiar, is going to teach us how to plant crops. But you might remember earlier, I went and bought a whole bunch of items. We're going to start with these special lunch boxes. They are a 200 HP, 200 MP heal for the entire party. And then the chilled lunch boxes, which are a 500 HP for the entire party. They are the only item in the game that heals the party. With this, we're going to go over here. We're going to do a little bit of shopping for later in the run. As I said, Chapter 5, in terms of story, we could end this chapter. We could have ended this chapter about 20 minutes ago. But we've got a lot of side stuff that we need to do to make sure that this run goes as well as it's going to go. We want some specific items here. We are going to want 2 paralysis poultices to get rid of paralysis, 2 mental supplements, 4 first aid kits in case anybody dies, and for this chapter, 40 Semidyne Super X. With this, chat, I hope you've been studying. It's time for some tests. We need some more personality trait increases, which means it's time to go unlock the vocational school with one of the best sub-stories in the game. So as we go over here, we find an unfortunate foreigner who only speaks English and not Japanese asking his way to the station, which is just over there. We are going to reply with, "How limited English? Don't worry, go your way, go, go, go." With that, we're going to get introduced to the vocational school, where we get a couple of tests. The first one is free. They are about 10 questions per. That is an albatross. That is pins. I have to read the question for a second there. That is poles. I believe that's a volley. And that is drifting. You need to get 3 out of 5 correct to pass. First one doesn't matter because obviously it's free. The second 2 cost 50k each. We don't want to fail them, but you know. Only foolish runners will ever fail these tests. Definitely not me, multiple times. Cough. I've been meaning to change my cheat sheet of answers for ages. I actually finally did that today. So, with that, we actually get a little bit of passion. That's one of the things we want. And more importantly, we're going to do 2 more tests. The first of those, I hope you've been studying up on your previous Yakuza games. This is all Yakuza game knowledge. This is Tamashiro. This is Sasai. This is Sarah for the chairman. This is Shibata is the Hatsushiba. And this is Goro Majima. God, Goro Majima. So the first one is an interesting question because it asks which is not a direct subsidiary of the Tojo clan. Every single answer is actually a family in the Tojo clan, including the Tamashiro, which is the correct answer. But the Tamashiro family is not in Kamurocho. They are not a direct subsidiary. They are over in Okinawa, aka Yakuza 3. With that, we get confidence, and we have to do 1 more. It is time. I hope you are all the pinnacle of fashion. It's time for Fashionista. There's some here that are easy and some that I just keep forgetting. Greece, that is a toga. Polo is the sport. I'm getting easy questions like this. That's an Aodai. Yeah, I've got them all. That's good. That's Argyle. I'm going to make sure I answer them just in case. Similar to Acrylic is Wolf. Nice. I got the ones that I knew the answer to. That's perfect. You can also get what item of clothing is native to Scotland, which is obviously a kilt. You can get asked what is Hote, which is couture. You can get asked what's neither plant or animal. That's nylon. But I got some nice easy ones. Now, here comes the weird part of the run. For safety, I'm taking a safety save because we're about to have to do something a little dangerous. For the first and only time in the run... Well, first of all, Namba, leave. You're gone for the rest of the game. Bye. We're going to want to intentionally get into a fight. And as I said earlier, the enemies up here are a lot higher level. Is that a fight spawn on the right? No. So it's probably to the left. I'm hoping for a nice... No, it is. It is. Okay, that'll do. It's a good fight spawn, and it's walking towards me. Good. We need to get this fight to level both Adachi and give experience to Eri. Eri needs to hit level 15. Oh, nice early Itchy. We're going to summon Robson, and hopefully this should take care of most enemies. All but one. This guy will go down to Adachi because Adachi has a lot of damage. Nice. Very good. Very, very good. So, with that, job level on Eri, that's going to help, but we need Eri to hit level 15 by Chapter 7. That might sound like a lot, considering we're in Chapter 5. It's not. Because we have enough style, we can go into this toilet. I'm not joking. There's a hidden door. What could potentially be hidden behind a stylistic door in a toilet? It is, of course, a fancy underground casino. We're going to get ourselves 100k worth of chips. We're going to prize exchange for the tarot cards. With this, we have now spent 1,000,000 yen. This is going to get our confidence up to level 4, which is going to unlock this gambling hall over here. So all of this is routed out to absolute perfection. The one who did... I don't like that fight one. The one who did most of the routing for this game is Metza. Metza did an amazing amount of routing for this game because most of us who do Yakuza runs are used to the action games, and then LAD comes along and is a turn-based game and throws all of us through a loop. So what we're going to do is going to get 100,000 yen. I'm going to concentrate a lot on this menu because I do not want to mess this up. Bulletproof shield. Thanks, frozen box cutter. And table sparking. Good. With that, it's time to go use the blacksmith and find out if I really am down by 1 dirty iron or not. Oh boy. So, this is the reason why we need the odd stones earlier as well, by the way. We need to craft 2 weapons, one of which requires those odd stones. First of all, we need to get the blacksmith to level 2, so that's 200,000 yen. Now you can see why I needed that 2,000,000 yen in this chapter, can't you? This is a lot of money. We're gonna craft... First, before I get rid of all of my stuff, we need, where are you? Lightning bandages. This is a late game item. And the Voltaic yellow wine, which is also a late game item. Then we are going to strengthen. Bandages times 1. And now we find out. Box cut times 5. 2. 3. 4. Good start. Table sparking by 5. 2. 3. 4. 5. Shield by 3. 1. 2. 3. Pouch by 3. 2. 3. Cards by 3. Down 1 iron. There it is. Yep. Down by 1. There it is. Okay, so because I'm down by 1, I'm going to have to go and taxi up here and just go buy that iron. The problem with having all of these items to buy is sometimes I do make a silly mistake here or there, and... that is a silly mistake. That is not a mistake you should be making. If this was a normal PB attempt run, the run would be over, but as you can see in a marathon, it doesn't cost me that much time. But that is unfortunate. That is my fault. I'll have... give me 2 dirty irons, just in case. Thank you. Because here's the thing. We're not quite done with our materials just yet. We're going to need them again later on. So with that, we're going to go back in and finish off the final weapon upgrade. That is a shame. That is on me. So, strengthen, tarot cards, and 1 more. Okay, so, back on track for the rest of the run. We are now going to go over to Hello Work. It's job time for 2 of our characters. We are going to get 2 jobs on Itchy and 1 job on Adachi. With the first job on Itchy, it is going to give us a cross-class skill. And then we're going to give them their proper class. So, Itchy, first foreman. But more importantly, host. Hang on. Thank you. Oops. And then on Adachi, demolishes the cross-class skill. That's going to allow us to get into secret shops, by the way. That's Eri. That's Adachi. Thank you. On Michio. Yep. Now, the nice thing is it's also equipping all of our good weapons that we just crafted from the blacksmith. So what we're going to do now is, with the cross-class skill Demolish, we can access a couple of secret shops all around Ijincho. We're going to go to this one over here. Please, no bad fight spawn. This area is notorious for bad fight spawns. Good. No fight spawn. Very nice. We need to hand in a couple of things. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Is that good? Yeah, that's good. Okay. I was a little worried because I got some extra bugs I didn't want to mess up. Kappa Statue. Hope you haven't forgotten about those. And in we go. So, the items that we need, very specifically. 7 gold safe keys. 10 smoke bombs. 2 gambler's ties. 2 fancy business cards, both of which get equipped right now. Go into our skills first. Eri, I need you. Roll and kick. Gear for Sayako, the magic lighter, which is more EXP. Toy bracelet for more magic damage. Eri, give her shoes. And now we end the chapter. Okay, bad menu. It's fine. It's fine. So keep an eye out for fight spawns on the way here. I'm looking at my minimap right now to see if there's one ahead of me, which there is. But that's in a good position. We can just run past this one. They won't see me because of the pillar that's there. And now it's time for the last 2 fights in this chapter. So, as I said earlier, it's very, very, very important that we get Eri to level 15 by chapter 7. So, we're going to give her a Kiwami drink. That is 15% extra EXP. With Ichi, Gary Bustertones with the damage up. Very nice. If you ever see an exclamation mark next to a summon, that means if they do damage, they're going to do more damage. And if they have status effects, they're going to do extra effects with their status effects. With this fight, very specifically, we're going to hit this guy with all of our best single target. You might be wondering why I didn't do Adachi's skills. You'll see later. With the workers, we're going to hit them with Eri because rolling kick goes through defenses and, as you can see, takes them out. By hitting this guy with a very nice crit, this should make him use, hopefully, a normal attack or Dynamite Ignite. If he uses Dynamite Ignite, he's not going to do anything. This guy's going to threaten Adachi. It's a bit of a slow skill, which is a shame. That's going to cost us a bit of time, but that's fine. Dynamite Ignite. He's not going to do anything. That's a 2-turn move. Sometimes as well, it actually doesn't do anything. Take out him with Adachi. And then rolling kick. So you can see that now all of a sudden, even being level 1 with Adachi, he's doing an insane amount of damage. This gives us access to a couple more skills that are important, including Shield Blast and Thumbtack, and that is going to be the end of Chapter 5. So Chapter 5 is probably the longest in terms of the speedrun. Chapter 6 is quite short, but we need a bit of luck. Now, I'm going to warn you all about something in this chapter ahead of time, and please listen to me when I say it. First of all, we're going to try and break out of our chains by force. Mabuchi, aka Laomar, you saw him for a second there, not that guy. He's Yan. He has taken fake footage, and he is going to use it to start a war. So, we are hopefully going to grenade all 3. One guy moved away, it's not going to hit him. Yep. So that's a shame. That means this fight's going to take one more turn. But this is the one time that you will only see the use of Stack Slap that we got from the business. It is enough just to take out Yan after we grenade him. So the luck here is basically hitting all 3 enemies with the grenade to stop them from obviously having an extra turn here. But sometimes this happens. Now, very importantly, this is one fight where the game puts Ichi on his default class. What this means is that it actually puts Ichi's gear back to the way that it was before. I want Thumbtack Scatter on you. Ichi, we want to put down our other fancy business card that it took off, and now we carry on. We will be doing Adachi's menu in a bit. For now, grab both of these Stamina XXs. Solo heals in this run are few and far between, and we need a couple of them. So, if you're wondering about me earlier saying that Eri is massively overpowered, Exhibit A, Thumbtack Scatter. This is an AoE attack. I'm hoping to miss one of the enemies, which we didn't. Please don't run away. Thank you very much. So, nice, good dodge. So, enemies with guns, for the most part, are not scary. outside of one person, and they are going to be a problem in this run. So, we are actually in the sewer system below the city. I am going to warn you ahead of time. There are 3 fights that we will be doing in this sewer. If, and obviously I'm hoping this happens, if we do those fights successfully, those fights are going to end almost instantly. Okay, so because we can't escape, we're going to use a smoke bomb. We want to leave here with at least 5 smoke bombs, by the way. So, in regards to these fights I'm talking about, there are 3 fights that we will want to finish in one hit. If this happens, it is going to be very, very loud. There is nothing I can do about it on my end. I am going to warn you ahead of time. Lower your volume, because it is nasty. It is very, very loud. I apologize. There is nothing I can do on my end about it. Now, unfortunately, in terms of this dungeon, it's a little rough in that it's very, very long. Also, no Eri there, escaping from the fight instantly. Not only is Eri going to be one of our highest damage dealers, but she also escapes faster than any other character in the game. Eri is insanely overpowered in multiple ways. This is usually a fight that I have to use a smoke bomb on. But if you see me try and run with multiple characters, it's because I'm trying as hard as I can to save as many smoke bombs as possible. You want to leave this chapter with a minimum of 5, if not 4 smoke bombs. 5 is better. 4 you can manage with, but it gets a little tricky. Lower your volume for the next fight. This is not me saying it as a joke. Lower your volume. If this fight goes well in one turn, it's about to get loud. Lower your volume. Final warning. Thumbtack scatter. If this kills everybody, this is going to make a very nasty sound effect. One guy's moving away. It might not work. Nope, it worked. No, it didn't. It actually didn't. Wow. So that's unfortunate. I have to do an extra Essence tag team there. We are doing... Oh, keep your volume lowered for the next fight, by the way. It's not quite as bad as that fight, which always usually works, but this next fight also is one of those that usually is pretty loud. But because there's only 3 enemies in this one, it's not as loud as the others. So, Adachi, in that fight, learned a very specific skill called Paralysis Prongs. That's one of the... I warned you about that loudness. So, thankfully, the Paralysis Prongs is one of the best skills in this run, especially early on. You'll see it in this chapter. The reason why we're doing these 3 fights is, again, experience for Eri. That's a bad position. I'm going to try and escape with Itchy by pointing him towards this guy. Good. I'm desperately trying to save smoke bombs, because some of the later fights in here are really bad to escape from. But you'll see basically as we run through. Oh, stay to the left here. This is a fight that people don't realize you can escape from. You don't have to do. Stick to the left, you don't have to do it. There are certain fights in this game that are actually escapable that you wouldn't expect them to be escapable from. But the problem with this set piece, even casually in a speedrun, we're going to be here for about 10 minutes. Just because we just have to run from everything, and even running from everything but 3 fights, it's just slow. This dungeon goes on for about 2 more floors than it needs to, honestly. It's understandable why, because this is actually an optional dungeon. This dungeon we are going to gain access to once we're out of here. You're supposed to use it to do a little bit of leveling, get a little bit of like equipment and stuff like that, and materials. We're not. We're just going to ignore it. But casually, this dungeon just goes on for a little too long of it. That's not going to work. It's fine. Should on this guy. Oh. Here is something very important that I haven't mentioned about fights so far, and that's enemies interrupting you. So when you do a normal attack like an opportune, sometimes you'll see me do a skill instead of doing an opportune attack. The reason is that enemies, if you run past an enemy with your character, they can attack you and stop your turn. This is also true of running away. You're not going to run away, are you? Okay, good, you did. She dodged to the right to get a bit closer to the wall and the fridge that was behind us, so I was a bit worried about that, but actually that worked out. So, Essentially, enemies have a chance to interrupt your opportune attacks and running away from fights. You have to be very, very careful about that. Yeah, this casually, this dungeon is just a little out of it in terms of length. Again, this is the kind of thing that can get fixed in a second like a dragon, because like I think we all agree, those who have played this game, that for their first attempt at a turn-based RPG, this game is fantastic. This game is phenomenal, and it still retains that Yakuza feeling that all the other games have. It's genuinely amazing. So I personally very much love this game alongside all the other Yakuza games, and there's a couple of things that could like really... I'm smoke bomb in this one. I'm not risking this. There's a couple of things that could really like add some depth to like the next like Yakuza Like a Dragon. More elemental skills, so you know, just with the water, fire, and lightning that we have, more elemental skills. Wind, light, dark, easy. More skills in general, easy. But also, one thing I would love, because in the start of a fight you can use objects like those barrels if you're next to them, for example. Let us move our characters. Even if there's a limit like Valkyria Chronicles or Divinity, for example. Let's move our characters. That would add so much to a fight. Turn your volume down. Final time. Final time, turn your volume down. This one usually doesn't work because the guy on the right doesn't actually come to us. Aim for the guy in the middle. Are we getting the loud sound? Nope, because that guy's going to stay over there. Terrible. Didn't happen only happened like once in here, and it was on the quietest one. Terrible, terrible. Yeah, like more jobs, for example, more balanced jobs, because there's a couple of jobs in this game that are insanely overpowered. We have a couple of them on us right now. Enforcer is one of them. One of them we're going to gain access to with Eri. With Ichi, I will just aim for you and make sure you run this way. Good. You're going to see Eri's true potential and one of the most broken jobs in the game as of the start of the next chapter. It's a female-only job. Sayako also gains access to it, but Sayako's is actually locked behind. So, you'll see. Like positioning, if you gave it like positioning and you like made the positioning like you can only go like so far. You can use that to position like your skills a little better, but you can also essentially like have the enemies attack you better if you move into a bad position. Like just having that movement like for your characters would be insane. This floor is just this fight. We're just gonna run hopefully with Eri first time. Sometimes it doesn't work. Should work from here. Yes, good. Any fights you can cheese. Ironically enough, in this chapter, the next fight that I'm actually going to be taking. You'll see. You'll see. Basically, what you haven't seen at this point is we are massively overpowered for where we are. Again, as I said earlier, weapons are the majority of your damage in Yakuza Like a Dragon. Stats also count, but not as much as your weapons do. And as you saw at the end of the last chapter, we did a big weapon upgrade, and we have access to some spicy weapons, let me tell you. And this is why the DLC classes are not necessarily that useful in a run, despite the fact they're outlawed anyway. Nope, that's gonna be a smoke bomb. She's next to the wall. So, there are no good, easy weapons to get with the DLC classes that are upgradable. You'll see that the majority of the weapons, bar one of the weapons we have equipped with Ichi right now, are actually upgradable. So, for the vast majority, that's not gonna work either. I'm getting very unlucky. So we've had unlucky fight spawns, we're having unlucky escapes from fights. So we've got one last fight in here to run from, and then we've got the boss of this area. Any smoke bombs we have remaining after this, by the way, are going to be used in the run, because you don't need spare smoke bombs, but it helps out so much. So much. Alright, so, you might look at Eri and think that she has very low MP. She does, but we only need one move from her. Before we get into the next fight, we need to do our move shortcuts on Adachi for what is going to be the rest of the run. So, you can see it in the distance. we're going to put on Strike Down, Paralysis Prongs, and Shield Blast. Say hello to the Crane. Some people have struggled with the Crane previously, when they do this casually. Allow me to show you the easy way of dealing with the Crane. So, we start off with a rolling kick, because it goes through defenses. Tag Team Essence of Mayhem. Add damage. A nice little sparkling cannon on Sayako. Goes through defenses, even though it resists. And then on Adachi, we're going to Shield Blast. This is going to do more than half HP to the Crane, which is going to shove Yan out of the Crane. This fight is now over. So, as I said, we need level 15 on Eri. It's important. So, extra 30% EXP Kiwami drink. A nice little tag team Essence Mayhem on Yan, setting up for an opportune attack with Sayako. Now, I said earlier that Paralysis Prongs is an insane amount of damage. Watch this. Despite a very early level, that is already 600 damage on Adachi, and it's only going to triple within the next 2 chapters. Don't worry about that completion name. That completion name is because we got free weapons for the detective class. Don't worry about it. With that, we have now escaped the exceptionally long dungeon, and we're going to go and stop Mabuchi from starting a war between the Liu Mang and the rest of the Ijin 3. Or at least the Seiryu and the Kumijou. Because the Seiryu are going over there to cause some problems. So, we're going to taxi on over there, and this is one of those times that I said earlier, if we had the Hariti's amulet, this would go much quicker. There's going to be a fight spawn here, in the middle of the road. It's going to look like it's a mandatory fight. It's actually not. If you have the Hariti's amulet on, it despawns, but because we don't have it, because we haven't had any luck in getting our gold bugs, instead, we're just going to run from it. And this is going to be the first fight, where we use the ever so wonderful Nancy. So, we now have access here. This is the Liu Mang area, Restaurant Row. You may have seen it on the left. There's something very important here. You might see it in the fight as well if you look up towards that railing on the left. That's a Kappa statue. We're going to try and hit everybody with Thumbtack. It might not hit everybody, which would cause, say, a little few extra turns. Very nice. Here comes Nancy. She has the damage buff. Very nice. That means it's only going to be one enemy left. The enemies that get the summons that get the extra crits in fights, or the extra damage or extra effects, completely random. So getting it for Nancy there makes it faster. Before we move on, turn around, camera out, Kappa Statue. Go down here. We're going to open up with the cross skill Demolish. We're going to open up this shop here. Now, we love Eri so much that we're going to buy her a ring. 20 or 15 extra attack. In fact, we love her so much, we're going to get her 2. And we love Adachi that much that we're going to do the same. But we're also going to go and grab a silver bracelet for more magic damage on Sayako. We're going to keep the EXP item on. And then we're not going to skip this cutscene. It's very important that we don't skip this cutscene because there's actually a longer load that doesn't get counted by the load remover if you try and skip this. Try and hit the guy with the most HP. It doesn't matter if you hit the other 2. You have to hit the guy with the most HP here. Gary Buster Holmes, doesn't matter if he has the defense buff or the attack buff or not, because it takes care of everybody else. And then a Sparkling Cannon with Sayako to take care of this fight. Now, one final fight in this chapter. This is going to be a nice quick fight. This will get Eri to level 15, provided we do some more shenanigans. Takabe is here from the Seiryu. He is trying to get to the leader of the Liu Mang, Zhao. For this fight, as you know, Kiwami drink on Eri for more EXP. We're going to summon everybody's favorite feline. It is Robson time. And then we're going to celebrate with Takabe with a little bit of champagne, and that is the end of Chapter 6. With that and the extra EXP, Eri hits 15. Beautiful. And it's time to show you why she's the Harbinger of Destruction. She is insanely strong. For reasons you'll see. So, what we're going to do is to prove that the footage is faked, we're going to go see the Kumijou, the ones that we stopped earlier back in Chapter 3. But first, we're taking a little bit of a detour over to Hello Work. It's time to change Eri to one of the best jobs in the entire game. Locked for Sayako behind her level 4 bond, which is the reason why we don't get it with her. Unlocked at level 15 for Eri. This is, of course, dealer. Not a mature, of course, because that's the theme of the day. That's definitely the theme of the day. We're going to go to this taxi spot that we unlocked all the way back in Chapter 3. There's going to usually be a fight spawn all the way at the end of the road here, so I'm going to be very, very careful. Just keep an eye on it. If it starts to look like it's coming down here, which it does, that's got to go. Because even though the character we need to speak to, Song-hee, is literally sat right here. This is her. That's her. She won't speak to us until we hit the actual story trigger. The Yakuza games are very, very good at keeping you within the confines of what it wants for its story. Hence why a specific out of bounds in 0, K1, and a specific set piece kind of trigger in Yakuza 4 don't work. This is the one and only part of the run where you can get a break to run and grab a drink, and it's only about 15 seconds long. Thankfully, I've been speaking for so long that I've barely touched my drink. Hopefully everybody is able to keep up with my commentary. I do know that I waffle on a lot. I mean a lot. But this chapter is basically one big set piece. So, this is the Komi Jewel set piece. We are starting with a level 1 dealer, Eri, which means, again, she's going to be a little weaker than, obviously, she was before. We do not have Thumbtack Scatter. It is not a cross-class skill. And Thumbtack is pretty good, but we're going to get access to something better. So, first of all, Gary Buster Holmes. Sparkling Cannon on this guy. We didn't get the extra damage, so it's going to require an Adachi turn. Sparkling Cannon has the added effect of making people drunk, by the way. This can cause them to either only do a single attack like this instead of skills, or it can also cause them not to take their turn because they're too drunk. This is important for later because we can also get drunk on Ichi. With level 5, Eri is going to learn a very, very strong skill. This is called Jackpot Chip. This is a skill that has a massive chance to crit. Let's use it immediately. It didn't. Cool. Nancy, hopefully we get a good poison spread. We did not. That's unfortunate. We're going to have to hit Kim with Sayako because of that. The one guy that isn't poisoned is now going to have an extra turn when the other guy, as you'll see after this, goes down to poison. That's why we're hoping for a good poison spread with Nancy. It's RNG. It's luck as to whether it happens or not. And Eri has just learned one of the best skills in the game. On Eri, we're going to put on, obviously, not Senbei Chop, Jackpot Chip, and also Dart Airstrike. Dart Airstrike is, and I am not joking you here, one of the strongest skills in the game that you will see coming up. With this fight, fun fact, not mandatory. This is why we have our smoke bombs. Now I have 6 smoke bombs going in here, which means I have a spare smoke bomb for the rest of the run. That's very useful, especially for the end of this chapter. So, we're going to go around the Komi Jewel. You can see there's a bunch of electric wires here. The Komi Jewel have been stealing electricity from all over town. It's what we stopped earlier. You'll see the reason for that in a minute. So, we're going to go down here. If you need a first aid kit, that box there that flashed in the corner, that is a first aid kit. I shouldn't need it in the run, so I'm not going to grab it. Here we have to find some members of the Komi Jewel, so we're going to look. It's a little quicker with the mouse than the keyboard, with the mouse and keyboard than it is with controller. The weird thing is, if you have the control stick inverted, which I do, it remembers it for the mouse, which is a little weird because I don't invert my mouse. So I do lose a little bit of time there to having to remember with my hands and go the other way. This is one of the easiest fights in the run. If you're talking cheese, give the cat some cheese. Don't give cats cheese. But give Rolton some cheese, because he just does that. Everybody levels apart from Sayako. This is important. It doesn't matter on Namba. If you left the previous set piece on 4 smoke bombs instead of 5, this is the one fight you want to try and escape from, because you have much more room behind you to escape. But we have enough smoke bombs that we're just going to use one. So, With this, that's all the normal fights in the set piece. We're going to open up this safe here. It's going to give us a piece of armor called the Protector. You'd think we'd give it to one of the lower defense people, but we're not. Adachi's going to get it because Adachi is going to take a very nasty hit coming up, hopefully. Let's get through Namba's dialogue. Again, if you need a first aid kit or you use one, there is also one to the right here. And with this dialogue choice, Namba is going to disappear for half the video game. So, here is Jungi Han. You might remember him from Yakuza 6, surprisingly walking alive and well. In here, we find a surveillance system like Purgatory from Yakuza, looking over the entire city, and we also find the counterfeit money-making machine. The Ijin 3, with the help of a politician, are basically printing fake counterfeit money. We'll talk about in a little bit. So, with Jungi Han, after Sayako's turn, if he's not drunk, he is going to use a skill called Divine Shot. It is very strong and has the potential to kill. Very hard to perfect guard against as well. Very nice. Sayako, as you can see, is almost dead. Now, with Paralysis Prongs using Adachi, this will put Adachi in front of Jungi Han, causing Adachi to be the target. Please don't sleep him. Good, 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 good. The best thing you could ever hope to see. So, by the way, Dart Airstrike is doing like 800 damage even at this point, and it's only going to get better. Nice crit. That might end the fight one turn early. Let's find out. And as you can see, everyone goes fast enough to end the fight. You might recognize this theme if you ever played Yakuza 6. It is Jungi Han's theme. Okay, with that, we are now trying to escape from Komijul. Namba, Namba's brother got into some trouble here. That's the reason why Namba is actually not everything that he says he is. His name isn't even Namba. He is here to try and get his brother back. He's kind of lied to us. But we obviously very much... I'll take out this guy and then we'll just use it actually for the other guy. We are obviously very loyal to our friends. Itchy, that's one of Itchy's best personality traits. We are trying to get Namba out of here safely. I will do Paralysis just to be sure he goes down. So Paralysis in a single hit is already doing 700 damage, by the way. Paralysis Prongs is disgustingly strong. Actually, no, this one's not the Itchy versus... No, this is the Nancy fight. That's fine. We're going to hope to get lucky here and have every single one of the ads with crossbows get hit by darts. Did not happen. This is actually a little bit of a problem. Excuse me, Nancy, thank you. This is a problem because they have a move, and it's very unique to the crossbow guys, where if they get to use that move... Actually, I should have just used Itchy's Essence there. That would have been faster. Huh. Yes, Itchy's Essence would have been way fast, because there's only 2 of them. Whoops, that was a mistake. Either way, the crossbow guys, they're very important to take care of first, because they have a move that turns them invisible, which means you have to wait until their next turn to come out of invisibility that takes an extra 10 seconds. Didn't get an extra bit of damage with the dart, which means we need to hit him with Sayako. Wow, Sayako got a very low agility roll. Unfortunate. Almost died if we didn't hit that perfect guard, by the way. We're just gonna hit him. And with that, that's the end of the Komijul set piece and the end of this chapter. Namba runs off, we don't know where. We're gonna go and try and find him. But before we do that, turn around. Very important you turn around right here. The final chapter locked. Kappa Statue, it's over there. So, with that, we're going to go back to the homeless shelter. I'm going to go and see the Hobo Chief, the one person who saved us earlier alongside Namba. Keep an eye on my minimap for fight spawns. No fight spawn this time, which means I can go the quick way. Very nice. Don't worry about Sayako's HP. We're not getting into another fight in this chapter. Good old Shogi. So, one of our Shogi guys in this game is there. Namba's gone. He's disappeared. We don't know where. But we have been summoned by Chairman Hoshino of the Seibu clan to go to... I believe it's Heian Tower. The earlier one. We're basically summoned to Chinatown for a meeting. But it is Heian Tower. It is Heian Tower. I'm right. Now, this is, as I said earlier, one of the most unfortunate places in the run. It has the most opportunities for fight spawns, like that one. We're going to try and despawn it, but the trouble is, it can respawn right in front of us, like that. because I'm already moving, what I will do is I will use my one spare smoke bomb in this fight. Because I am far enough down this road, it will not spawn when we get rid of this fight with the smoke bomb. This leaves us with the 3 smoke bombs that we need for the rest of the run. And when we get to Heian Tower, we're greeted by something rather unusual. Jungi Han. But not only Jungi Han, but also Chao of the Komi Jewel. All of the Ijin 3 are here, and this is where we learn about the counterfeiting ring. So, we're going to get told in a second by Jungi Han. We're going to want to speak to him. Jungi Han, not you, Sayako. Jungi Han, not you, Sayako. Thank you. Namba has gone to see Bleach Japan, and unfortunately Bleach Japan have the backing of the Omi Alliance. So, we're going to go see their offices over on this part of town. This is the shortest chapter in the game by far. There are only 2 fights, and we're going to get into the first one outside. Now, with the first one outside, we're going to hope for one of 2 things. We're going to hope that this guy hits either Ichi, a very rare time that we want him to hit Ichi, or Adachi. It's okay if he hits one of the female party members, but that can cause issues. This usually doesn't crit, but if it does, that's bad. That's fine. Eri's going to teach him how to throw a proper dart. And you can see on the right-hand side, nice crit! That saves Ichi from having a turn. Ooh. Despite the bad fight spawns I've had today, we've had some very good crits. And the reason why we wanted Ichi to get hit is because he levels up. Now, if you have an emote for good music, hit it up in the chat, because this is some good music. This is Mabuchi. Nice. Ichi gets a very quick turn. That's very nice. We are going to Muscle Soda Adachi if the targeting system ever lets me. And the reason why we want Ichi to get a nice early turn is because everyone's going to die to Robson. And here comes Phase 2. We are hoping beyond hope that Mabuchi does not use Resolute Counter. If he does not, we can do this fight very, very fast. So, you might be wondering, why am I giving 30% extra attack to Adachi? Allow me to demonstrate with, of course, Paralysis Bronze. It is a physical attack, not magical, despite being electric. That is over 1.5k at this point. Very good, very good. With this, we can attack with Eri and Ichi to get Mabuchi to his HP threshold in this fight. Until he gets to his next turn, he will not progress the fight. With Crimson Aura, we can now finish this fight. Good fight, very good fight. There is a small chance that somebody is going to die. Thankfully, it should not be Ichi, because he's full HP and didn't get hit. Once again, the massive damage from Paralysis Bronze. Look at that. We don't even need Adachi again for this fight, so if he dies here, it's fine. Very nice. That's the end of the fight. Good fight. Very, very good fight. Very good chapter. Man, the crit. Just to prove that, you know. Just to prove we can do it. So, mass amount of plot dump. We learn of the counterfeiting ring run by the Ijin Show 3, set up by Ogikubo, one of Japan's top politicians. Tokyo Governor Ryo Aoki is using his connections with the Omi to take on the Ijin 3 with Bleach Japan to bolster his public image. Aoki had Nonomiya murdered to start the war between the Liumang and the Seiryu. We have just seen a picture of Ryo Aoki. That's him there. Ichi recognizes him immediately. It is the dead Masato Arakawa Jr. The young master is alive. And he's going by a completely different name, and he's also perfectly healthy. Ichi, being very confused, wants answers. So, chapter 8 that we just finished, that's where boss fights start getting hard in this run. With the exception of the next 2 fights. Totsuka's back, he's threatening Hamako, so we're gonna help her out. We are going to use Nancy in this fight because we want to save Gary for the fight after this one. So, a good old Nancy to take care of a couple of enemies. We're going to hit Totsuka with some champagne, and if every enemy stays together, we might potentially end this fight much faster than we should. Poison won't kill Totsuka, it's fine. Gonna see where every enemy ends up after this. Somebody survived that summon that shouldn't have. So reason being is that Shield Blast can hit multiple enemies. one survives. That's a shame, but that's fine. If the other guy here hadn't moved backwards, that would have taken care of everybody, which would have been very fast. So that's one of those unfortunate things that can cause you to lose a tiny bit of time here and there. We're now also going to hope for a good fight spawn, aka no fight spawn. That's a shame. That's a bad fight spawn. It's a little further out. If this fight spawn wasn't here, we'd be able to just walk straight down that road. Because it's there, we have to take the slightly longer side road. Not by much, just by about like 5 seconds or so. It's one of those things, just whatever. Now, the big time save that can happen in this chapter is coming up in the next 2 fights. The next fight that we're going to... No, car. The next fight that we're going to get into, we want to hope for a little bit of luck that very rarely happens. We want Ichi to start this fight. It's exceptionally rare that that ever happens, because Eri's agility is massive. So massive that it's actually going to become a problem later on. So, Bleach Japan have some of the members of the Omi Alliance in their midst. Hence why Kumei's back, and we got a fight. Once again, Kumei is weak to everything. Ichi first, that's a shame. So because Ichi isn't first, we're going to jackpot chip Kumei and do an insane amount of damage. Yup. And then with Ichi, we're going to Gary Buster Holmes. Now, this is the reason why we really wanted Ichi to go first, because that would leave Kumei open for a triple Dart Airstrike. Dart Airstrike obviously hits AoE, but also hits single target. Thankfully, he didn't silence anybody, which means that this fight is over. Paralysis prongs into a lovely opportune attack. Kumei is still weak to literally everything. Everybody but Ichi levels up, which is nice. Ichi will level up in the next fight alongside, I believe, a Dachi. Oh boy, you saw it. That's our next big boss fight. And probably the first boss fight in this run that is going to be terrifying. I'm making a safety save. This is where we need a little bit of luck. Not this fight. This fight is going to be just a normal fight. We're going to hope that Ichi doesn't get hit too many times. That's, again, another reason why I've made a safety save just in case. Actually, no, not Ichi. Eri. That's one we want to not take too many hits. With Ichi, Nancy, no bonus damage. That's a shame. We're going to get Sayako to hit this guy, even though he's in the middle. Mostly because he has the most HP. And then again, with Adachi, we are going to hope to get a good shield blast. This won't hit multiple, unfortunately. That's a shame. So they're going to have to go down to a dart airstrike, which is fine. They should do, provided 2 darts hit this guy. The target that hits the first dart into the second dart with is random. But thankfully, that's enough damage. Eri took a little bit of hit there, which is a worry. Now comes the terrifying part. This is one of the Omi Alliance's lieutenants, Reiji, and this is heavy machinery. Round 2. We need to do a minimum amount of damage to get through the first phase. The trouble with that is it's not guaranteed. If Eri crits with one of these darts, it's guaranteed. That's unfortunate. So, because there's a chance I haven't done enough damage, and I can still do enough damage with high damage rolls, what I need to do is a special move with Adachi. The Wrecking Ball has a chance to do AoE attacks, not if it's aggroed. Hence why we try and aggro it here. Thankfully, we got high enough damage rolls that Reiji gets knocked out of the crane immediately. This is going to save me 30 seconds. That is a massive time save. The nice thing about Reiji coming out of the crane is if you look at the top right, after every one of his turns, the stun gets reapplied. You cannot knock the stun off Reiji. At this point, we need to get Reiji down to almost 1 HP. He will go back in the crane. You cannot finish this fight without Reiji being in the crane. And at that point, this fight will be over. He will be stunned for 2 turns. A little bit of an animation slow there because obviously he's waiting on that. This is one of the main reasons why you get Eri. You don't want to do 3 party members here. It's slow. It's awful. Not getting Eri in the speedrun, by the way, costs you, and I'm not joking you here because Metza tested this, 45 minutes. Easy fight. Good fight. Very good fight. The next fight's not. So, with that, they're going to try and break into the Komi Jewel. We're going to find a secret entrance. Once again, I'm going to make a safety save, because I don't like what's coming up. This next fight should not be a problem, but it all depends on the next boss's aggression. So, in this restaurant, you can go and eat in during the run, or, well, you play casually. We can speak to this lovely lady here, and we're going to get taken to a secret entrance with Jungi Han. Reiji has been informed by Namba of this place's existence. Namba is unfortunately told the Omi Alliance about this place via Bleach Japan. Whilst Komijou burns down the place, we're going to stop them. Look at the typesetting on this, that's beautiful. So, Reiji is a massive problem in this speedrun. Every single time. Muscle Soda on Adachi. With Ichi up next, we are going to use Robson. We are hoping beyond hope that Reiji doesn't counter this. Good, he didn't use Gunshot. So, we're going to hope that Reiji counters this. Reason being is that we need to reset Reiji's turn order to stop him using a specific skill. Good, please don't fear. Good. Now, here comes the damage from good old paralysis. That is almost 2k damage already. Namba's gonna stay charmed. This is gonna give us time to use the Dark Airstrike. 2 bits will probably hit Namba. Nice, not bad. It doesn't matter if he counters here. He didn't. That's good. Good fight. Very good fight. Exceptionally good fight. We got lucky. So, the reason why this fight is a problem is something you did not see. Reiji has a skill. It is called Gunshot. There is a common joke in the Yakuza series that the only guns that actually do anything are cutscene guns. Reiji's gun is a real gun. Despite the gun in Chapter 7 only doing, like, no damage because Eri dodged, it would have only done, like, 30-odd damage. Reiji's Gunshot can kill both Eri and Sayako at this point. If you don't perfect guard. Gunshot is disturbing, and it's only going to get worse. That's not the last time we've seen Reiji. So, Chapter 10. This is where things get real fun. This guy here in front of us is Ogasawara. He is a high-ranking member of Bleach Japan. We're going to use him to try and get info on Ryooki. We find out that they went to school together and that Ryooki went to America and had his lung fixed. That's why he's fine. It is definitely the young master. So, Bleach Japan have come to get him back. We're going to do the usual, as you can probably guess, a good old Dark Airstrike. One nice crit in there, didn't need it, but we appreciate it. Damage up on Gary, very nice. Because this guy is on his own, I'm going to use Sayako to get rid of him, because that might give us the opportunity, if the other two enemies are together, to Shield Blast with Adachi to end the fight. Might not work, should hit the other one. Yeah, should hit the other one. Either way, it ends with Eri using a Dark Airstrike. And now, more importantly than that, they're going to get Ogasawara back, but we're going to get a little bit of help. Hello, Jungi-han. Jungi-han is the second of your party members that will literally never leave your party. He is exceptionally overpowered. So, as with any time we get a new party member, we're going to go into his skills. Head Trauma, a 6 MP skill that is insanely strong. We're going to get a Optimize on him. We're going to put on Eri's rings, because we want Jungi-han to get a bit more damage. With Eri, we now want her to get more EXP, so we're going to put both Gambler's Ties on her. Party members, Sayako's going to disappear for a while. She'll be back, don't you worry. And with this, we're going to go over to the Yumang area. We have found out that Poro Jiao has actually been taken hostage by Mabuchi. We're going to have to go and sort that out. But before we can get access to over there, here is, for the third time and final, Zhang. So, beginning with this fight, this is Head Trauma. 6 or 8 MP for literally an insane amount of damage. I think it's 8, I can't remember. Either way, it's an insane amount of damage for something that doesn't cost anything. You're going to see us use that a lot, as well as something else. In this fight, it is a Nancy fight. Don't know if poison takes care of that guy or not, unfortunately. Transpower! Oh no! Extra 10% attack. What are we gonna do? I'm gonna hit this guy with Shield Blast. That's what I'm gonna do. So it's a little unfortunate that Sayako is gonna start the next fight. That was a nice crit. Wow. Zhang here has one massive weakness in this fight. And it is, of course, the Dart Airstrike. Watch the damage it does to Zhang as it hits him. If we manage to... the crits as well. Eri, I'm liking this. She's critting early and critting hard. This is good signs. So, thankfully, we paralyze him. Now, this is the best time to talk about specific skills and needing enemies to be stood up. So, head trauma, you need the enemy to be stood up, otherwise head trauma misses. So, the bad turn order is obviously anybody like Ichi or Adachi going into Jungi Han where it knocks the enemy to the ground. I possibly could have just done an opportune there, honestly. So, despite the fact that, you know, Jungi Han was a very low job level, he's still outputting an insane amount of damage. Remember when I said you needed some smoke bombs earlier? This is why. Every single fight in here is escapable. We don't have that much room though, hence why smoke bombs. Which, fun fact, I found out during practice earlier, smoke bombs can miss. That is a terrifying thought. Smoke bombs can actually miss in fights where they're supposed to be guaranteed to land. That is genuinely terrifying. I never knew that. And now I do know that, and thankfully it's not happened. So we're going to skip through every single fight here. Now, normally, I'm going to grab an item coming up here. Normally, this is an item that I would skip by completely. But considering this is a marathon run, we're going to play it a little safe. In the right-hand corner of this courtyard is this safe here with a premium first aid kit. This is a full heal upon res. You can probably guess why that's important. I am expecting, at points in this run, multiple characters to die that aren't Ichi. Mostly Jungi Han. Mostly we're probably going to sacrifice Jungi Han once or twice. Poor guy. In this fight, we're going to start off with head trauma, dart airstrike. We want to hit Kang with a head trauma because he's got the highest HP and defense out of everybody. Gary Boss Holmes gets the damage buff. Do like that. Amazing music in here, by the way. That's a shield blast opportunity if I've ever seen one. Nice. With Jungi Han, we're going to hit the guy with the highest HP. Now, speaking about enemies that are on the ground, there's a little bit of a problem with Jungi Han head trauma and running towards targets. There's a chance that Jungi Han will kick the furniture towards their target and knock them on the ground, therefore rendering Jungi Han unable to complete his own skill. This occurs more often than you'd think. Thanks, Jungi Han. So, we're going to open this safe. We're going to get ourselves a tactical helmet. So that tactical helmet is going straight on Eri. Eri's going to require a little bit of defense. There is a specific fight in here that has a very big gimmick. And Eri is going to be tanking a lot of hits. So, because Eri unfortunately had to use an extra dart in the previous fight, that's going to require me to... Obviously you don't want to bring a cat into a kitchen, that's why we use Robson. That's going to require me to have to heal Eri's MP here just to be on the safe side, so we're going to grab this heal. Skip through this so we can get through the door. There's a weapon for Jungi Han in that safe. It's a fire weapon, but provided you have the lightning bandages, you do not need it. So... Whoops, there was one that was actually on the floor. We're going to hope beyond hope in this fight, this first phase, that this guy does not hit Eri. We need Eri to not get hit. Please hit Adachi. Sayako works. Sayako's not here. That's not Sayako. I'm stupid. Anyway, Petrol. Please don't hit Eri again. Please, 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 please do not hit Eri again. I can manage at this HP, but if she gets hit again, that's a problem. We're going to use our best single targets, start airstrike, essence of tag team, blah, blah, blah. You know the drill. One of them missed. That's a problem. That's a very big problem, actually. Uh-oh. Do I set up for the next phase instead now? This is why we get spare healing items. Do I want to... Yeah, we're going to set up for the next fight here. It's a little weird timing-wise, but because I have to heal Eri to make sure she survives, it's important. Please do not. That's unfortunate! Because this is a two-phase fight, so now Jungi Han's going to be paralyzed, and I need Jungi Han here. Yep, this is happening. This is the Tiger. Now, the Tiger fight in this run is got a very, very interesting mechanic to it. I know exactly what the Tiger's going to do every single turn. Did you just go twice? What? I'm a little confused as to what just happened. So, the Tiger's going to attack Eri. You might be thinking, how do I know this? This tiger hits the last person who attacks it. Nice dodge, nice dodge, nice dodge. With Adachi, we're going to transfer shield over to Eri, because obviously she's going to tank more hits. This is why she also has the tactical helmet, because with this on, she gains a massive amount of defense, and as you'll see, well, never mind, Eri is a dodge master. Never mind. As you can see, this tiger is massively weak to darts. Unfortunately, my turn order is a little off. So, bleed is fine. The problem is the tiger has a chance to do a second kind of status debuff, which is fear. If that happens, Eri loses a turn and you lose literally 2.4k damage a turn. She's going to run out of Muscle Sword next turn, it's fine. We're going to intentionally hit with Rapid Shot here to stop the Tiger from hitting Eri, and also having him in HP value for Eri without Muscle Sword. That's an okay Tiger fight, not great because obviously you're having to do things a little bit of a different order. Nice crit. Eri is just showing off at this point. So, we are massively under-leveled at this point. Which is why pretty much every big fight is going to give a level to everybody. I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to very specifically go to the safe. I like slowing down because the game doesn't let me slow down earlier. We're going to open up both of these for some shoes. Good old tactical boots, some good old sandals. We're going to go up here. We're going to skip through some more dialogue. Grab this. And grab another premium first aid. Open this. Gear up area again. And it is hyper important that Adachi is in the third slot going into Mabuchi Phase 2. Well, Mabuchi Round 2, I should say. Again, we're going to hope for a little bit of luck, aka Junki-Han. If you do the thing you've been doing for the past 3 runs for me, I'm going to be very upset. Do not kick that chair, Junki-Han. Thank you. Junki-Han's missed this attack a couple of times for the past few days, and I'm very upset with him because of that. Gary lost to Holmes. We might not be able to do this fight fast because one of the darts actually hit one of the ads instead of Mabuchi. So, he's going to resolute counter first time. We're going to want to do it and a certain amount of damage. Now, even though he's got counter and counters moves, there are certain moves he doesn't counter, like the paralysis bombs. But we're going to want to hope to do enough damage against Mabuchi in this turn before he gets to his next turn, so that we can make the fight go faster. It should be fine even if we double dart Gia instead of Mabuchi. Yeah, this should be fine. This should be fine. He should Crimson Aura again. Good, very good. Fast fight. Excellent. Now, as you can probably tell, our best single target. Now, here's the problem. Once again, Junki-Han's after Adachi. I have to wait for head trauma. The other problem is, Ichi is now in danger of dying in this fight. Yes, Ichi can die in this fight. Now, one problem I haven't spoken about Dart Airstrike, you saw it once earlier. If the enemy is too close to a wall, a dart can randomly miss. This is fine, it's on Junki-Han, I don't care. I love you, Junki-Han, but there are some points where I just don't care. Junki-Han's a little dead unless I hit the perfect guard. Oh, Mabuchi, you tried. I am sorry, friend. And now comes the important reason as to why Adachi is in slot 3. For his one final swan song. Here comes Namba. Now, this fight's gonna be a little different than how we usually try it. So, we're gonna start off by doing our best single target against Namba. Not Namba, against Reiji, not Namba, excuse me. But with Eri, we want to find a specific guy. This guy, Massacre. Remember what I said earlier about those crossbow enemies? Yep, he'll go invisible. So, we're going to hope to hit Reiji here, and Namba's got an early agility boost. So what we're going to do is we're going to Essence of Pyro Crit his new skill, which is going to take care of everybody else. Please don't counter that. Don't do that either. Essence of Rage is a guaranteed daze against one of your party members. That sucks. So Eri's now going to be out for 2 turns. Good agility from Namba. Reason being is that with this, that is the last time you will ever see Namba in our party ever again in this run. Him hitting Ichi is a problem. He is now in range of potentially dying from gunshot. Do you have it yet? You don't. I'm gonna guard on Ichi. I'd rather not waste any of my healing items. Even though I probably should on Eri, just in case. Gunshot will kill Eri and Ichi at this point, but thankfully, guarding on Ichi should be fine. I am doing a little bit of crazy strats here. This is a bad idea. Okay, that chair is in the way and it worries me. That's why I'm doing this early. Good. Okay, we should be fine with Eri next. It should hopefully kill. This might not kill, actually. Just please don't aim for Ichi. Please don't aim for Ichi. Okay, good. Enough damage. Good. Those are kind of risky strats. That's not the kind of strats that I should be doing. Ichi learns Secret Cocktail, the move I was looking for. It's a solo heal just for Ichi. And more importantly, Eri learns the skill Trickster's Top Hat. Trickster's Top Hat is... There's one fight in this run, and it comes in the finale. And it's pure RNG. And Trickster's Top Hat is the base of whether you PB or you do not PB. We'll talk about it when we get there, because it's going to be in about 2 hours' time. Trickster's Top Hat is the cause of a lot of pain in these runs. But Eri's been giving me good crits lately, so I'm hoping she'll give me some good luck in regards to Trickster's Top Hat as well. Either way, there's our penultimate Kappa statue. This is a guy with some bubbles on him, don't worry about it. We use him to get rid of the fight spawn. And we're going to go see Chairman Hoshino. So, Ryo-Oki is going to put forth his big master plan, and Parliament is now going to be dissolved. He is blackmailing Okikubo because of the counterfeiting ring, and the fact that he managed to get it shut down by getting it set on fire. Final Kappa statue is resting right there beautifully, and with that we're going to head off. We are going to speak to Namba. And we're going to get told by Chairman Hoshino some things about Arakawa Sr., and then Ichi's going to remember something. After Arakawa Sr. shot us all the way back in Chapter 2, Arakawa Sr. actually told us, good luck, Ichi. So, Arakawa Sr. shot us on purpose. And we're going to speak to the chief here, who's going to reveal that Arakawa Sr. has sent multiple people here over the years, because Arakawa's old nickname is Arakawa the Killer. The reason why he sends them here is to start a second life, because of the Ijin Free, the other Yakuza powers can't get to them here. And that's why Ichi was sent here, to protect him. So with this, we're going to know that actually Arakawa Sr. is on our side. Is that a fight spawn? Yes, it is. That's gotta go. So this is the unfortunate part of the run where I'm going to have to despawn fight spawns here constantly. No, I'm not, thankfully. And with that, that's going to be the end of the chapter. And this is where Hoshino is going to tell us everything. So unfortunately, we've got a little bit of a problem in terms of the Ijin Free. The Komi Jewel are now out of commission because their home got burnt down and run out by Bleach Japan. The Liumang just had a hostile takeover by Mabuchi just stopped. Parliament is to be dissolved, which means... That's Okikubo right there, by the way. Which means that Ryo-Oki is stepping up his plans to become governor of Tokyo. But, as luck would have it, here's our final party member, Zhao! You'll never see him! Zhao joins the party way too late to have any use in this run. His single target is worse than our single target that we currently have, and he doesn't get any good AoE until much later on, and it's not as good as the AoE we're about to get. So, unfortunately our boy Zhao does not get any use in this run, except he's going to have one big important use that you'll see in the next chapter. Actually, in chapter 12, I should say. We're going to go see Hamako, and then we're going to go over to the other side of the river. Basically, Bleach Japan have made a big homestead for some of the homeless in Yokohama, but of course it's Bleach Japan, so we know it's all the rooms. Before we go and carry on the story, we need to get a specific SOS quest, which is at the end of a quest of 3 chains. Beginning with this one. We're massively overpowered, which should be one single dart airstrike. Very nice. Now, after Ogasawara was picked up by Bleach Japan, it turns out that Bleach Japan actually killed him. So the young master is here for his funeral. And that is how we're going to get an audience with him. So, we're going to try and get an audience with him here. He's not going to notice us, and he's going to walk off. We're going to try and get to him before he goes away with his car detail. So, we're going to go over to the underground car park over here, but unfortunately we're going to find that it's actually been blocked off because they realize people might try this. Thankfully, Drunkadachi to the rescue. Drunkadachi remembers a second way into this car park, which is by Bar Survive. This is where I'm going to keep a very exceptional close look on my minimap, because this is where a late fight spawn can occur. Thankfully, it looks like it's not going to happen. Good. And we're going to get down to the car park, and we're going to find that the young master's bodyguard detail has a very Kansai Ben accent to it. They're members of the Omi Alliance. This is how we find the young master's connections to the Omi. But we're going to summon good old Robson with the damage buff, very nice, which means we're just going to shield blast him. And that's going to be the end of this fight. The young master is going to act like Ichi is a fan, and he's going to pull Ichi in and tell him to meet him at Otohime Land. The young master recognizes Ichi. So, before we go and carry on and finish off this chapter, there's one final sub-story that we're going to do. It needs to be nighttime to finish off this story, so now is the best time to do it. We haven't started it yet. This sub-story is going to give us a pound mate. There's a kill board that spawns, so I'm going to get rid of it. And in my opinion, this summon that we're going to get, this pound mate, is one of the most overpowered summons in the game. You can tell if you played this game where I'm running to. There's a dominatrix over there. Yes, this is Mr. Masochist. So, this dominatrix here, unfortunately can't give any pleasure to anybody else. And we're going to run into a certain person here who goes by the name of Mr. Masochist. He is unable to feel any pain. I'm fairly certain you can tell where this is going, but there's going to be a nice little twist in the middle. So, we're going to be taxing over to the pharmacy. There's going to be the closest point to Mr. Masochist that we can get to. There's probably going to be a fight spawn along here that we need to despawn, so let's just make sure there isn't. I'm going to risk this one because it's quite far back to be able to get this vending machine. It's going the other way anyway, so that's good. Final chance to get our gold bug coming up right here. Silver moth. If it was gold, we would have gotten earlier 80s. Answer, Mr. Masochist. You have to do the right answer here. Now, don't ask. So because Mr. Masochist can't feel any pain, we have to trick the game into thinking we've tried. As you can see, 0 damage both times. We're going to attack Mr. Masochist with 2 characters, and then guard for 3 turns for Mr. Masochist. By attacking with 2 characters, we have tricked the game into thinking that we have been attempting to hit Mr. Masochist the entire time. You cannot do any damage to him. Hence why we have to wait for his last turn, at which point the game will just all of a sudden say, nope, that's it. So, physical attacks don't work on Mr. Masochist, so let's try the next best thing. Let's try something a bit more mental. Let's go get his mother. That's a rough one. Now, thankfully, his mother is working at this popo where we're going to hand in the reward for all of the Kappa Statues. This is the dangerous part. We now have 2.2 million yen on us, and if we die, we lose that money. And we need 3 million in the next chapter. Here's his mother. We're going to bring his mother along. Now, unfortunately, that doesn't exactly cause him any physical pain, and it just makes everybody a little depressed. So as we leave, we're going to find that the dominatrix from earlier is in danger, and Mr. Masochist is going to jump in the way. We're going to deal with the good old street punks here. A good old airstrike. Wow, Eri went before Junkie Han for once. That's kind of lucky. And with that, that is going to be the end of the sub-story. Mr. Masochist has found the dominatrix who can give him pleasure, and we get the pound mate, Mr. Masochist. Yes, I'm very serious about that. Now, we'll get into Mr. Masochist and his summon when we get to it in the run. It doesn't do any damage, but it is one of the most overpowered summons in this entire game, for reasons you'll see. So, with this, we meet the young master alone suspecting that it might be a bit of a trap. And it is. TLDR, the young master, has gone full evil with the help of Horinoichi back in the first chapter. He has actually been the one that has driven out the Yakuza from Kamurocho. He is working with the Omi to try and take over. He wants basically to get rid of all the Yakuza. He wants all the Yakuza to go away. He hates his old man and everything that obviously the Yakuza stand for. Best fight theme in the game, by the way. Don't even at me. So, this is a Gary Buster Holmes fight. Gary Robson, Nancy. Yeah, that's the right order. This is going to be our next fight where we're being very, very careful about our moves and how much MP we use. I mean, unfortunately, the young master has gone full evil, and unfortunately, Sawashiro is here, and Sawashiro still really does not like us. So, we got to deal with some members of the Omi Alliance. It's going to take care of the two hands, it should do. So, in one fight, in these next few fights, we're going to want to intentionally not attack with Adachi. He has enough HP left that we need paralysis prongs here to be kind of quick. So, with the end of the first fight, we're going to get into the second fight. This is going to be a two-part fight. This is where our MP management is going to come into play. So, we're going to start by Eri. That's interesting. Unfortunately, it hit the one person I didn't want it to hit, which is this guy. We need to use head trauma with Jungi-Han on this guy because he has a lot of defense. He guards, which is the other problem. We are now going to use Robson. Good old Robson. It's going to take care of everybody but one, or never mind. We've got a high damage roll, which is nice. Paralysis prongs on this guy. We have one paralysis prongs left on Adachi. That's the problem. Nice. So, with that crit, that's going to mean that this fight ends, and this is round 2. This is Matoba. Now, Matoba has a big, giant problem. We're going to use Nancy to do a little bit of damage to the ants. Matoba has an unfortunate problem in that he is the first of our enemies in this game that is resistant to Dart Airstrike. Oh no, we lost our Dart Airstrike. You saw it only did 88 with a crit, so we're gonna have to get a little creative here. With Ichi, we're gonna use one of our MP lunchboxes to get everybody's MP back just in time. Now, this is the only fight that can potentially kill Ichi, and it's only if Matoba aims for Ichi at this point, which he hasn't, so we should be fine. Because Matoba resists darts, it's time to go back to good old jackpot chip. Look at that damage. Everybody else is going to do our best single target, and that will end this chapter. It's going to take us a little while to get there is all. Again, you have to wait a little bit of time for head trauma. Oh, these crits are so good. Now, here's the problem about this fight. This is one of a few fights where you can get a very weird glitch, and it's not a good glitch. It's a bad glitch. Why did I use... I do this every so often where I just forget to use jackpot chip. The glitch is that Ichi's essence will not actually hit the enemy. For some bizarre reason. Let's go over there and kick him. If I'd have used jackpot in the correct time, he would have gone down for Ichi's turn. So, we're going to learn that the young master, Ryo Aoki, is going to be obviously running for governor of Tokyo. Now, he is going to also be sticking his hands in the Ijincho pie as well. He is going to be putting forward Kume as his representative. We, on the other hand, are going to stop that. But here's the thing. More importantly than that, we have learned that there is going to be a big meeting of the Omi Alliance over in Sotenbori tonight. And Arakawa Sr. is going to be there. Obviously, Ichi wants to go see Arakawa Sr. more than anything else in the world. We're going to have to go over there. To be able to get everybody over there, we need 3 million yen. This is Yakuza Like a Dragon's money wall. We have 2.2 million still. But before we go and do the sub-story, we're going to do the SOS quest. This is the second of the 3 that I was mentioning. With Jungi-Han, we're going to head trauma the Arch Vagrant in the middle. which is going to cause Dart Airstrike to be able to finish this fight, because the guy in the middle doesn't go down to a single dart. Now, with that, if you remember Chapter 5 earlier, we started this sub-story over here. This is to unlock the second-hand shop. We are now finally here in Chapter 12 going to finish it. Now, I should mention to anybody that hasn't seen a Yakuza Like a Dragon run, this is the scary chapter. This is where the run potentially dies. This is a very terrifying chapter. I have marathon safety strats for this chapter, but in PB runs, this is usually where it dies. Now, we're unfortunately a lot higher level than this poor guy, which means that Jungi Han is just going to head trauma him, and yep, that's that. That unlocks the third no, that unlocks the second-hand shop even. This is the one point, that bit right there, that one dialogue box, where running in Japanese is faster than English. For some reason, when running in English, that dialogue box does not exist. Hence why it is 10 seconds. No, I need those sizes. I don't actually. That is why when running in English, that is the one time, the one place where English is actually slower than Japanese. The one place. So if you want to do this run in English, feel free to do so. Now, take a look in front of us. Oh, that's a worry. I'm making a safe to save here just in case. Do you see this in front of us? This is the invested vagabond. This is Yakuza Like a Dragon's version of Dragon Quest's Metal Slimes. Hence why you'll see me use Rapid Shot and only do 2-to-1 damage. We are going to grab our Kiwami drink and we're going to put it onto Adachi. Now, when this fight is over, we're going to use an Ice Spreader on the Vagabond, and this should do enough damage. When this fight is over, I want you to watch the right-hand side of the screen. This is the reason why we did the SOS quests. Beggar, I haven't seen this in so long. Oh, good. So, wait for it. Once this fight is over, we might be able to get a good shield blast, actually. Yeah, we might. Hey, that's a decent one. Look at the right-hand side of the screen. If you didn't see that, everybody gets at least 500,000 EXP. You have their job cards. Eri and Ichi get 1,000,000 job experience. That is why we do those SOS quests. For what is essentially an extra minute, gets us about 3 to 4 levels. Now, most people who have played this game know there is a difficulty spike in this chapter. There is a boss that is level 50. Here's the thing. You can do this chapter, and you're not going to believe me here, you can do this chapter as low as level 32. The lowest EXP point you can be to get here. Both myself and Metza have done this. I'm fairly certain, I know I have, and I'm fairly certain Metza does. There is video evidence of this. Does that mean it's fast? No. The fight that is coming up would take about 15 to 20 minutes. But it is doable. This chapter is doable no matter what level you are. So if you're stuck here, let that be a positive beacon of light that you can do it. So, here we are, finally, in Sotenbori. Yes, we're going to the third map of the game. We are in, of course, the Grand. Now, Ichi has been told by Mitsu, his Aniki, to wait until tomorrow to go see Arakawa Sr., but Ichi is too angsty. He needs to go now. This is going to cause problems. We are now going to go and run around Sotenbori and finally make use of the gold safe keys. We're going to open up this safe and get the Mirage Coat. We are going to taxi over to here. We're going to run backwards down here. I'm going to grab ourselves, wait for it. This gold safe here. We're going to go over to this part of town. This is just a very long fetch questy bit. with a little bit of extra. We're going to go and grab this safe here. This is going to give us the gallant binding. Most of the equipment we're getting should be pretty obvious because, you know, optimized equipment for, like head, shoulders, or the head, chest, and obviously feet, just to get good defense and good stats other than that, like agility, some attack, etc. The gallant binding there is an accessory for 150 HP. This Minister's Hat is 10% elemental extra attack. That's going to go on Itchy, which might seem a little weird to you if you've been watching this run so far. You might think to yourself that Itchy doesn't have any elemental attacks. Well, after the Vagabond, he does. Please get to that in time. Thank you. So, we're coming to Ebisu. Again, if you're under-leveled, this is very important. Buy 2 rocket launchers. You'll see why. In our skills, Itchy is now going to put on Essence of Rose Typhoon, an AoE attack. Eri's going to get Lucky Punch, and Jungi Han is going to get Divine Shot. Gear-wise, Itchy's going to get all of that, and then Eri is too good. Eri's agility is far too high. We're going to nerf Eri intentionally. This is the Battle Arena. The Battle Arena is replacing Don Quixote. Now, I said you don't need to be a high level in this chapter, and you don't. But we're going to do two... No, we're not going to do 2. We're going to do 10 levels of the Battle Arena. We need, very specifically, 2 million yen. And we can get it from here in the first 10 floors. So. Allow me to show you why rocket launchers are amazing. Missed one peer reviewer, which is a shame, but this one should go down to just 1, which means triple darts into paralysis prongs. Yes, that rocket launcher did almost 1.5k to 2k damage. For those of you wondering, I think you know exactly what fights we're going to be using rocket launchers on. So, the Golden Moth allows us to finish off a Bug Enthusiast. This allows us to get the Hariti's Amulet. But we're going to carry on with the Battle Arena. And you're going to see in here, not just yet, you're going to see the combo that we're going to use for the majority of the run. Now, I'll explain in a second as to why we nerfed Eri intentionally. Now, unfortunately, we didn't hit the kill board, which is the one person we wanted to hit. Adachi gets a low agility roll. So, the kill board, or the billboard here, he is going to use a specific skill, which is going to be a counter. He's not good. We got lucky. Okay. This is the one guy you really want to hit with the rocket launcher, which unfortunately didn't happen. Now, thankfully, he has one big weakness, and that's paralysis prongs. Take him out, Jungi-han. Thank you. Jungi-han has elemental strength against him because he has lightning. So, there's Bug Delivery 3-1. That is the Hariti's Amulet. We're going to go on to floor 3. And floor 3 is going to be a little different. If Eri somehow, some way, manages to get higher agility, we're going to have to use a Lucky Punch with her. But thankfully, it should always be Jungi-han. We are now going to use everybody's favourite. It is Robson, who moves 1 space over to the right because of the Mr. Mascus sign. We're not going to take out this Grizzled Yakuza. Unless we get triple crits, we won't be taking him out with Eri, and instead we'll be taking him out with Brass. So, with this, we're going to go to floor 4. You might see there's a couple of boxes to our left every time. The reason why we're not getting them is because we don't need them yet. Floor 4. Say hello to the main combo you're going to be seeing for the rest of this run. This is what we like to call DRD. Divine. Rose. Darts. And this is the reason why you want Eri to be as late in the turn order as possible. By having Eri be late as possible, this allows her to have less targets to hit with Dart Airstrike. That's the entire reason why we intentionally nerf Eri's agility. So there's going to be some fights where some enemies, like the guy in this fight on the right, they're going to be a little stronger than the others, and it's going to require a little bit of an Adachi to turn up and do a paralysis prongs. Got Dart Airstrike on this guy, and thankfully Adachi's got a nice agility roll, because this guy doesn't go down even to free crits. Now, beginning with floor 5, we are going to be grabbing every single item in here. The Viking helmet is good for, obviously, equipment, but we're going to be grabbing these items. That is the Liu Chinese Saber. You might remember me saying, Froob, earlier you said Zhao doesn't actually get a use in this run. Correct. That saber sells for literally 1 million yen. That's where our money's coming from. So once again, another good old DRD. But you can see how strong DRD is as an actual set of moves. Look at those crits. Oh, she's beautiful. Eri is amazing. I keep telling you all, Eri is the best character in this game, and you will... She's not even done yet. You'll see. Eri is just insanely strong for the vast majority of this run. And obviously fills in the hole that Namba leaves when he leaves for half of it. Floor 7. It is time for DRD with a twist. We're going to start off with the Divine, but the R is going to be a little different. Instead of Rose, it is time for Robson, because we would quite like to charm the guy in the back. He might break his charm here. If he does, that's going to be problematic if he does one specific thing. Which he doesn't. Good. The specific thing he can do is drain the MP of Adachi. But thankfully, he didn't. The gold scorpion that we just got is going to be very important to increase... No, it actually isn't the gold scorpion. It's actually the one of the gold bugs we got earlier to increase Jungi Han's weapon. I swear it was still the scorpion as well. I think it is the scorpion as well. I think it's like both of them. Either way, again, we're going to not do DRD here. We are going to intentionally hit this guy so we can leave him on 1. Rose. Nice. Adachi gets a nice early agility roll as well. And we didn't lose one of our darts, which means he should go down to paralysis prongs. It'll be a little close, but it should work. Okay. With that, once again, grab some more items. Excuse me. Up to the 9th floor, we're going to return to the DRD. Now, the special limit in this fight is that everybody is poisoned. It's not going to matter to us, obviously. It's just going to cause us to take a little bit longer to get to our turn, as you can see. But essentially, this would be what the New Game Plus run is like, but with even more skipping because of more essences. Now, do not, by any circumstances, think that this run is now going to become a walk in the park. It's not. It's going to get scary. The Commander's Hat, that's, ironically enough, going to go on to Sayako. Now, floor 10 is the entire reason why we're here. Or one of the reasons why we're here, or why we go this high. A nice easy DRD is going to take this fight down very quickly. I think this is the quietest I've been all run. Coercive Shout on Ichi is actually going to be useful for one of the final few fights. It gives magic damage. These are the Dragon Knuckles. They sell for 1 million yen, but as you can see, we're putting them on Jungi Han. The Jungi Han, they're going to be very, very strong on Jungi Han for a lot of the run, except for one fight. Now, you might be wondering, Froob, you said you were doing 10 floors, this is 11. Correct. There's something we want from this fight. First of all, Gary lost to Holmes. Somehow Ichi went ahead of Jungi Han. That's curious. That's bad. That's very bad. Gonna make this a bit slower. Thankfully, this guy's still stunned. That's important. I don't think we could take this guy out with Artis, because we missed with Divine. If we didn't miss with Divine, we'd be able to take him out. We're going to take him out now, just in case he gets his turn, because he has an ability to go invisible, which obviously we don't want to see. Just going to make this a little slower. That's unfortunate. And we'll Lucky Punch to finish him off. This is a Lucky Punch, by the way. We'll see if it does the damage. It does. Even with a resist, that's 600 damage. That is more than Jackpot Chip. So the reason we did an extra floor is this. The Hariti's Amulet. I've been talking about it all game. Yes, you can turn the bugs into the Popo, which would have been quicker there. But the trouble is, to turn them in, you also have to turn in some of the other bugs as well. One of which is one that Jungi Han needs. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our Blue Chow, and we're going to put on the Hariti's Amulet, because funnily enough, it works on people not in the party as well. Which means that we now no longer have to worry about fight spawns at all. That's it. They're gone. So, a little bit of shopping. We're going to buy, as you can probably guess, 2 rocket launchers. We're going to sell 2 of the weapons that we just got in there, which is the Liu Chinese Saber and the Damascus Ladle. Now, before we go to the story, one more thing we need to do. We're going back to Izizaki Ijinsho. We're going to go and upgrade some of our weapons. We need a big damage buff. Over to the election office. At the end of chapter, I believe, 11, or in one of the fights in chapter 11, we get a key to be able to enter here. Good, we have some good luck. You can get an NPC that spawns in front of that item at the very end. That item you need for Jungi Han. First of all, 1 more Gallant Binding, another 150 HP. The Courage Pendant to stop fear. The Blesswood Armor. Obvious, should be obvious. It's got a lot of agility to it. It improves crits. And the gold ingot for the blacksmith, which is the entire reason why we got the money. So, we're going to head over to the blacksmith. Good old Samir. Now, this is where the Chapter 5 shop can also go wrong again, if you didn't get enough earlier. Which, I mean, I've already had enough go wrong once, hopefully not again. With this, we are going to strengthen. Bandages by 2, even though we're not using them. The table sparkling by as many as we can, which I believe is 3. Good. The shield by 2. Pouch by 2. Cards by 2. Perfect. This means our shop earlier, after the mistake was not wrong again. We're going to go to Sotenbori. We're going to optimize Jungi Han, Eri, Adachi, Sayako, Ichi. Jungi Han, Eri, Adachi, Sayako. We're going to put on the Commander's Hat manually. Ichi. Heal. And with this, we're going to go to one of the scariest set pieces in the entire run. Those of you who have played this game know what's coming. We call it the wall. Because this is where the run's about to get really hard. Every boss fight from this point onwards is level 50 plus, and it's about to get real nasty. So, we're sneaking in ahead of time because Ichiro Sayaka Senior. This is a stealth mission, by the way. Stealth mission. Oh. Rank ups for Ichi and Sayako getting their MPs back. We're going to run into this room on the right. The guy behind us is going to see us until we go to the left, blocking his line of sight. We're going to wait specifically here because it's also going to make the guy on the next floor into a better turn position. Now, because this is an exceptionally random, nasty fight, I am going to grab something in here for marathon safety. I'm going to take this fight a tiny bit slower to make sure that I do not die, because this fight is absolutely terrifying. It's not the worst one in the run, but it's the first of about 4 fights that are literally terrifying, can end a run. So, for safety, I'm going to grab this box. This is the Guardian Water. It is a 30% defense buff for 1 person. That's going to be for Itchy. In this room, if you need an extra first aid, normal, 1 in that box. We're going to grab this safe. This is the Profane Wristband. It gives you extra chance of crits. You'll see it later. These are shoes. Jungi Han is going to change one of his superpowers into a War God's Keystone. Itchy is going to take his fancy business card, get extra HP. That's necessary. And then we're going to do a little bit of risky strats and do the superpowering. And with this, we're locked in. 1 normal fight. And then for those who know the game, or for those who don't know the game, here comes one of the hardest fights in the entire run. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're going to enjoy this. Also one of the best fight themes in the game. Here we go. This is happening. It's Majima time. So, with the early part of this fight, we've won a specific set of attacks. We're going to start with head trauma. Attack team Masters of Mayhem. Hey, remember when I said certain enemies are resistant to darts? Yep. Majima. Get that crit. Nice. This is going to get him to attack Eri. We're now going to use Paralysis Prongs into a head trauma. Patience, let him stand up. Wait for it, wait for it. And with this, it's going to put in a HP threshold pre-move called Doppelganger. And here's where the fun begins. There's 4 of him now, but here's the thing. The speedrun strats make it so that there's now 0 of him. Robson comes out. Takes care of most of them. Because 2 survive, I have to take care of them with darts, which is going to cause Majima to get an extra turn, unfortunately. Hopefully he does not paralyze Jungi Han. He did. I'm actually going to get rid of that. I'm going to play it safe, as I said. This is why we mined the paralysis pieces earlier. Hopefully paralysis prongs do enough damage to Majima. Might not. Nope. Oh, that's bad. I'm going to set up for the next part of the fight with Mr. Masochist, because the next attack that I do, here he comes. You can see him up there. Here's Saejima. This is actually a 2-person fight, and Saejima is nasty. And this is why we bought rocket launchers. Majima is going to use his attack buff. This is how I know my rest of my team are fine. Saijima's going to hit someone, which is a pain. That's a shame. Still alive. Good. Please hit both. That's a shame. Thankfully, Itchy goes next, which means we can heal. Let's get that heal out. Let's play this safe. Now, the problem here is that Majima has a triple evasion on him, which means that most attacks are going to miss. We're going to focus on Saejima. This is a massive problem. Oh, this is bad. I need to heal. I need to use the Guardian Water. This is a problem. He's going to buff. Please don't attack Itchy. Please don't attack Itchy. Please don't attack Itchy. Good. For safety, I am using the Guardian Water on Itchy, because coming up next, say hello to Blade Kill, an unavoidable attack that does literally about 300 rounds of damage. This is why I'm putting extra defense on Itchy. I'm going to do a Shield Bash, the only attack that actually works on Majima, and we're going to pray that Itchy doesn't get hit. It can also dodge. Now, Saejima, he's okay with darts, so we're going to hit him with a good old dart airstrike. If Itchy's not next, I'm going to heal. Yep. Once again, I don't want Itchy to die. He should be fine, but just in case. So that's how much damage Saejima does, even with Masochist on. Yeah, Saijima's dangerous. This is why you focus him down first, and that's why I healed. That's exactly why I healed, and I'm going to heal again. Saejima is absolutely terrifying. This has been a rough fight, but this should finish Saejima. And at this point, this fight should be done. We should be good at this point. The evasion has gone for Majima, which means we can carry on doing all the single targets we were doing earlier. Not a good fight. More lunchboxes used than I would like, but we're alive, and that's what matters. Nope. That somehow didn't give head trauma. Dangerous. Dangerous fight. And again, remember, he's resistant to darts, so it is good old Lucky Punch. This is a fantastic fight in terms of this game. The soundtrack is phenomenal. It's such a hype fight. And with that, that's the end of it. Ooh. That is the first of a couple of very, very nasty fights that can happen. Phew. Phew. Okay. So, with that, we're going to get two very important things. We get two summons, Majima and Saejima. Before we carry on, this is going to be the end of our time in Sotenbori. Before we carry on, we need two things in particular. You already know exactly what I'm going to go and buy from the second-hand store. You saw how good it was against Saejima. It's surely going to be good against the rest of the bosses in this game, and you are correct. We're going to be going and buying two more rocket launchers, my good man. Thank you. And with that, we have two more fights left in this chapter. Oops, excuse me. So, we've met Arakawa Sr. He is actually a double agent working to weaken the Omi Alliance. And right here, Watase gets out of prison. And Watase and Daigo in a joint announcement are going to announce the disbandment of the Tokyo and Omi alliances, which has caused a mass all-out brawl. So, we're going to start and hopefully hit this guy with a good few lucky punches. Get that crit. It's a shame. Gangbuster Holmes with the damage buff. Good. Because this guy, as you can see, has an insane amount of HP. Please don't kick him and wake him up, Adachi. Appreciate it. You see he has a massive amount of HP. So I'm just aiming for the big guy. Everybody else is going to go down, or most of them are going to go down to, as you'll see in a second, Itchy's good old Essence of Rose Typhoon. We'll use Dart Airstrike to now take care of everybody else. Almost. Everybody else. Patience, please. Remember, we're head trauma, they have to be on their feet. And with that... fight ends. That's actually the harder of the two fights, because here's the thing. Unfortunately, in this mass all-out brawl, somebody is about to take out Watase, until Watase is saved by his bodyguard, an unknown mercenary by the name of Taichi Suzuki. D. R. D. Yes, good old Taichi Suzuki is back. Ex-Nagasu taxi driver. With this, the Omi and the Tojo are going to be disbanded. Now, there's going to be a lot of Yakuza members who are upset at that. There's going to be a big meeting between a whole bunch of, like, big shot Yakuzas from the Omi and the Tojo. They're not going to want things to just end like this. They are going to form together to create the Tojo Omi Alliance, or the Tokyo Omi Alliance, even. With this, unfortunately, despite the fact that we finally met Arakawa Sr. again, somebody is going to assassinate Arakawa Sr. So, with this, the Savior are going to help us out. We're going to figure that Ryo-Oki has a part in this. So, what we're going to do is we're going to see that, obviously, he's put Kume into the ring in regards to the Yokohama region. So, we're going to say to Chairman Hoshino that we want him to put somebody into the running so that we can get close to Kume, so that we can get close to good old Ryo-Oki. Now, the nice thing about coming back to Chinatown now is, as I said earlier, we now have the Hariti's amulet. We don't have to worry at all about any fight spawns here. We can just carry on. We can just keep going. This is also a nice little bit of downtime for myself, ironically enough. So we're in the last 3 chapters. This one is not so terrifying. There is one nasty fight, but it's not as bad as the others in this one. So, with the Great Wall of Ijincho in tatters, with obviously Komi burning down and the Lumang in shambles and trying to recover, we are going to go over to here, and we're going to go and try and get to Kume. Now, thankfully, because we haven't had Adachi die yet, or Jungihan, we are on good order for the rest of this run in terms of experience. Which means that after this fight, which is a very, very simple DRD, we're going to end up getting a brand new skill for Adachi. So, there's the Divine, there's the Rose, and there's the Dance. This is going to get Adachi to get Enforcer's Essence for its first one. This is Essence of Shield Rupture. This is an AoE on Enforcer. So not only do we have an insanely good single target Paralysis Prongs, but we now have an insanely amazing AoE as well, which just adds to the other AoE. We get the 3 million yen back from Chairman Hoshino, who says, Ichi, why don't you run for governor? Why don't you do it? Why don't you run against old Kume? So let's go do that. So, don't spend your 3 million when you get it back. You have to spend it again here. Reason why everyone's wearing ornament heads? For fun. For fun, because it's a marathon run. We're going to go over here, we're going to go to the Bar District, and in the next day, we are going to start our political career. So, next day, we're going to find the Bleach Japan and the Omi, or the Tokyo Omi, have put a whole bunch of nasty flyers down, but Takabe is going to come along with this van. We have our own van to be able to go around town and do a bunch of politicking, that stuff. I can't remember what it's called. My head's blanking at the minute. So, Kume's going to run away. We're going to chase him, and this is going to be the last time that we will chase him here. It's clearly for glory, exactly. Unfortunately, Jungi Han doesn't go to Hello Work because his Hitman job is so good, he's not going to get an Onomichio head. Can somebody do me a favor, because I can't see it right now. Can someone tell me what time I currently am at in the run? This is a nice, easy DRD. Now, there's going to be a couple of enemies left at the end. If there's more than one, you're going to get to see the amazing Shield Rupture. Which you are. Thankfully, the guy with a crossbow disappeared, so he's not going to be a problem to disappear. 328. 328 ain't bad, actually. Ooh. We're going to come in very underestimate at this rate. Unfortunately, just as we get to Kume, we get a phone call. Ryooki has sent Sawashiro to kill Hoshino. So we're going to have to get over there, and get over there fast. Close to 331. Ooh. Ooh. That's very nice. So we're going to get into a couple of fights in here. The second fight is going to be the dangerous one. The first fight is going to be a Gary Buster Holmes fight, because we're going to have a couple of enemies here that have quite high agility, so we're going to hope to stun them before they get their turn. We're, of course, going to start with a Divine Shot, because, of course, we are. I don't think it's going to be close to the world record because of, unfortunately, messing up my shop earlier. Now, unfortunately, the guy in the middle survived, didn't get hit by a dart, which means he's going to survive. He's going to do a nasty attack, which is unfortunate because I need my guys with as much HP as possible coming up here. Here comes one of the coolest fight intros in the game. The final boss of the chapter is Sayako. So, we're going to hope to get a little lucky in regards to the start of this fight. We're going to hope to push Sayako to the far back of the room, and also for Sayako to use one specific. If so, this is going to enable us to do slightly dangerous but fast strats where we shouldn't have to heal. Although with Adachi getting a hit, we might have to heal. So, head trauma to keep Sayako down, and obviously do a lot of damage. Team Essence and Mayhem to push Sayako to the back of the room. Dart Airstrike to keep him there. And now we're going to hope that he uses Vile Blade of Enmity. If he uses Vile Mutilation, our poor boy is going to get hit. Good. He doesn't move with this attack, which means he whiffs. With Vile Mutilation, he runs over. So we're now just going to do the usual. Good old press prongs. Patience for the head trauma, please. There we go. This is going to hit him hard, which is fine. So, here comes the problem of this fight. I might actually heal the Jungi Han. Actually, yeah, I'll heal. I should have MP'd. So, this is phase 2. This is where the problems start. Sayako is now, as you can see, no longer going to have a katana. He's going to have something way worse. Thankfully, it's not a gun. He's not ragey, thankfully. It is a cane. Now, with this cane, Sayako gets 2 attacks in a row, and if the second one hits, he gets a free opportune attack. The only boss to do so. He also has one other... Excuse me? He also has one other... Nope, he knocked Eri down, which is a pain. There's the opportune. He also has one other attack he can do, which can cause your party members to get dazed. Now, in this endgame, every other party member is doing way more damage. So with Ichi, he's basically turning into a support character, which isn't actually a bad thing. Now, unfortunately, this isn't going to do enough damage to get to second phase, so he might do Cane Strike. I hope he doesn't. I hope he just attacks Jungi Han. Bah! So, it missed! It missed! It actually missed! Yo! Okay, that's good. So that's the move that causes daze. So actually, that's good. And with this, we should have 3 characters in a row before his turn. Yes, good. Okay, this is very good. We aren't going to heal Eri because he's going to go into his next phase. And with this, he is going to do a number of different things. He might kill Eri, which is a problem, but... the big thing about the final phase is that he's going to use a move that causes him regen 1000 HP per turn. The nice thing is, with the turn order I currently have, I have 3 or 4 characters in a row, all of which are going to do way more than 1k damage. This is good. This is a very good set of turn orders. Just hope that he doesn't kill Eri. That the counter? That's the counter! Jungi Han, this is a bad idea. He's gonna hit you. I'm sorry. He didn't hit him. He's gonna use the regen here. Actually, no, he's gonna come out of it, then he's gonna use regen. There you go. Okay, so. With this, we're gonna hopefully do enough damage with the next couple of turns to be able to end this before he gets his next turn. And then we'll skip this regen completely. Yep, we got it. Nice. Good fight. Very good fight. Beautiful fight. Could have done with 1 less lunchbox, but that is a very good fight. So, big plot exposition. Arakawa's story about Arakawa Jr., Masato, earlier. On the night when Arakawa Sr. got Masato from the coin locker, there was actually a second baby. You see, the coin locker baby that Arakawa Sr. took was actually Sawashiro, which means that Sawashiro's son is actually Masato, aka Ryo-Oki. And Arakawa Sr.'s true son is actually Ichi. Which is gonna send Ichi into a bad spiral. This is where the problems of Chapter 14 are going to begin. Oh dear. So, we're gonna get thrown straight into a fight. Now, hopefully, again, we're hoping for a lucky Robson damage exit up here. Start with a Divine, this is probably gonna miss a couple of people, that's fine. Good Robson damage? Nope, that should be fine. We'll just finish with... Oh! Yes! They didn't do the slowdown, that's weird. Either way, because Jungi-Han has somehow not died so far, we get the final essence of Phantom Drive. That's going to be very strong later on. So, with this, we're going to go back to the offices of Bleach Japan to try and find where Kume is. With this run, apart from forgetting to get one Dirty Iron in Chapter 5, this has been a very good run. Very, very good run. Luck has been with us for a lot of this run. We're going to start with a Divine Shot into an Essence of Roach Typhoon. Now, this is the one fight where the actual cars that you can see going along the road can actually damage the enemy. Actually, this was a Robson fight. I messed up. Hey, remember that fight earlier with Cleve? This is the other fight where you can get guaranteed crit from that. Don't get stuck, dude! He'll right himself in a second. That happens sometimes. Dragon Engine shenanigans. And with that, that should end the fight. Now, Ichi is incensed. He wants to know where Kume and Ryo-Oki are. Thankfully, here's the foot of Taichi Suzuki. He actually stops Ichi. He tells him to come to Komi Jewel late at night after he's cooled down so that he'll tell him what Ryo-Oki is up to. So, oh boy. We are going to go to our gear. We're going to replace the superpower with the Gallant Binding. We are going to go to... I did not mean to do that. That should... that hopefully is fine later. We'll see. We're going to put on... Where are we? The Fluorite Bracelet. And that should be it. Yeah, so party replace Adachi with Sayako. Now, you might be thinking Sayako is a very, very, very low HP threshold. Wait. Jungi-Han? No, that's later. It's just Ichi, right? Yeah, it's just Ichi first fight. Okay. Make sure I heal. So, you might be thinking that Sayako has a very, very low amount of HP. That's because the next fight has a gimmick. A very, very important gimmick. This is the reason why Ichi needs an insane amount of HP. A reminder for those coming in late that if Ichi dies, it's like SMT. If the leader dies, that's the end of the fight. Oh boy. Yup. This is happening. Ex-Nagasu taxi driver, Taichi Suzuki, aka Kazuma Kiryu, ex-Tojo 4th chairman. Oh yeah. This is a very, very dangerous fight. I'm hoping for an early Ichi agility. Nope. Oh well. We are going to Muscle Soda over onto Eri. She is our big damage dealer. Please, targeting system, thank you. Say hello to the damage. This is why we get Masochist out. Please have the bonus. That would be nice. Nope, that's fine. The big damage dealers in this fight are Eri and Sayako. As you can see, Kiryu is actually weak to water attacks. Very nice. Now, the gimmick in this fight, funnily enough, I'm going to heal just in case I'm not taking any... I'll do a normal one, actually. Yeah, a normal one. The gimmick in this fight. Kiryu will only attack male party members. Thankfully, Ichi has the Secret Cocktail, which is a solo heal. I don't have to worry about solo healing on Ichi with items. This is the reason why it doesn't matter that Sayako has low HP. As you can see, he's going just for Ichi and Jungi Han. Nice crit. That might make the next phase of the fight happen earlier, which would be nice. I don't think I'm doing that damage anymore. I think it is... Yep. So. Yep. Kiryu has his styles. Kiryu actually changes styles in this fight. This is why this fight is massively dangerous. I'm actually going to use Coercive, not Hyper, Coercive, over on Sayako. Again, targeting system, please. To give her a little bit of extra damage. I will also need to use a Muscle Soda on Eri next. Because she's about to run out next turn. Jungi Han's gonna have to heal Ichi, I think. This is getting a bit dangerous. Please hit Jungi Han. Remember he's here. Remember you killed him once. Oh, you didn't kill him. No, he's gotta get healed. No, we heal. We heal. Absolutely. We don't risk this. That's not Sayako. Whoops. Oh well. Should be fine. I'm gonna do something stupid here to get into the next phase. This is a bad idea. That didn't even work. Shit, oh well. Let's get into the next phase. Yeah, let's stop doing dumb things in this fight, shall we? Let's do correct things. I'm actually gonna shoot because he's at his HP threshold. So, say hello to Beast Style. Get out of Beast Style as soon as possible. Get out. Ichi might be dead. Ichi might be dead here. Oh, good. He went up to Jungi Han. Get out of Beast Style ASAP. Use a rocket launcher right now. Beast Style is the most dangerous of all of Kiryu's styles because it can hit twice. Yeah, like that. If that happens, it doesn't matter if you perfect guard, you die. Goodbye, Jungi Han. Told you this fight could be a problem. Now, Legend Style. Under no circumstances are you to do a physical attack. If I guard, it should be enough defense for the other two to finish this off. If you do a physical attack, he will counter you with the Tiger Drop. This is why I guarded for the damage, for the defense even. Cool. Not the best fight. Jungi Han died. Now, Jungi Han doesn't usually... Nice crit! Jungi Han, even if he was alive, wouldn't get enough EXP from this fight anyway to level up. So he wasn't going to heal from this anyway. Either way, with that, Ichi manages to finally calm down. We get a little bit more goings on as to what happened with Kiryu after the events of Yakuza 6, but we also find out what's going to happen with the rest of the game. Ryo Aoki is in Kamurocho already. But unfortunately, somebody has turned up. Reiji has turned up. With a man that goes by the name of Mirrorface. We're going to heal. Taxi over to the bar district. And we're going to get into one of the nastiest fights in this entire run. The one that I am actually most terrified of, to be honest. Like, if I'm being brutally honest, this is the one that terrifies me. Not this one. This next one's fine. I'm going to heal. That's a lot less items than I usually have. Interesting. So, before we go in, we're going to replace Sayako with Adachi. So, Mirrorface is a legendary assassin who can apparently look and act like anybody he wants. That's not a plot point that I particularly like. We use a airstrike to begin with. And we'll use a good old Essence of Rose Typhoon. I'd like to save Robson if possible for inside. This man is envenoming his stuff. Here comes the crit. So, Jungi Han's next attack is a guaranteed crit. This means we're going to use head trauma. You didn't get paralyzed, that sucks. Every single instance of attack damage in this move will crit. There you go. Beautiful. Very beautiful. More Dart Airstrike, because Dart Airstrike is one of the best attacks in this game. I did not mean to do that with Itchy. I wonder if this will hit everybody because I did that. Nah, I want to take everybody out with Itchy, that's the problem. Ah, hey, stop that. Please get paralyzed, that would be nice. Hey, there we go. Then he won't have a turn. Dart should end the fight now. Bit of a bad fight, but don't worry about it. Sir. There you go. Essence of Hell's Will on Adachi. We don't actually use Essence of Hell's Will. So thankfully we have enough. I'm walking into a wall. Thankfully we have enough MP on Jungi Han to start off with a Divine. So we can do our usual DRD in the start of this fight. Wow, Eri went ahead of Itchy. That is terrible. That is actually really bad. Huh. So with two of them alive, we're going to have to use a shield rupture with Adachi. Okay, so Eri has low MP, right? Yeah, let's give her the sake, just get her MP back. Importantly, we're going to go into our thing. We're going to give Itchy the Dragon's Binding. We're going to go over to our boy Jungi Han. Courage Pendant. Should be everything? Yes. Okay. Here comes, in my opinion, the hardest fight in this run. This is Reiji. Now, here's the problem with Reiji. His gunshot will one-shot Eri. His fearsome counter-shot can one-shot Itchy. This fight is very, very scary. So we're going to start off by using Head Trauma on Reiji. Unfortunately, Mirror Face is going ahead of Itchy. That's bad. Yeah, that's why that's bad. I'm going to have to use Masochist. I'm gonna... If Itchy dies here, it's fine, because it'll restart the fight. Okay, it's fine. We're gonna do our best solo target against Reiji. Patience. Actually, I should have used the rocket launcher here. Actually, no, because I can't heal with Itchy. I'm gonna use Saijima. It's a problem. Okay, that should be the end of the fight. We're dead. Yep, that's fine. I can start again and hopefully get a better set of turns. You don't really want to take a death, but it is fine. That's nice and early in the fight. My estimate plans for deaths in the Majima fight, this fight, the Kiryu fight, and also the penultimate fight coming up. So, I don't mind taking that death. That's actually okay. It's not ideal, obviously, but that's an intentional death. Mirror Face goes again. Actually, what's up with your agility? The shoes, that's why. I was waiting for a second to see if they get close to each other. Nice crit. So, once again, bring out Masochist. Okay, that's more unfortunate. Jungi Han's now dazed. Who are you killing? Head splitter should be fine. So, the problem that we've currently got is that Mirror Face has one skill that we really would like to see. Can I afford this still? I think I can. Ah, the counter. No, please don't fear. There it is. There it is. This is bad. This is very bad. Okay, so there's one member of our party that will not get feared in this fight, and that's Jungi Han, because of the thing that Jungi Han actually has on him. I can afford to carry on. When do I do the thing? I should have done it there, actually. Finally! This is the move! Surveillance! Surveillance doesn't do anything. I wish I was joking! Surveillance doesn't do anything, he just looks around, that's it. There it is. So, this is the reason for the Courage Pendant over on Jungi Han. Malicious Grin is a party-wide fear. Now I rocket launcher Ishioda. Get out of here. So, we're gonna hope... Really? Not for that! Now my one party member that can move now can't move. This is the one time I don't want him to surveillance because I want him to hit, like, someone in my party so they get out of fear. No, I don't like that. Oh, Ishioda, Reiji! You cheeky, that's a shame. Alright, now we're in trouble. Okay, so that's gonna stop me from using Saijima later. That's unfortunate. Reiji decided to just destroy my career. Oh, cool. As I said, there are some fights later on in the run that are massively nasty. This is one of them. This is the one fight in the run that I actually loathe. That sucks. And of all the people at Ikatani, you went for Ichi twice. Thank you! Now I can masochist with no problems. Alright, so I'm not going to be able to use Saijima now because... Wait, not Nancy, more? Okay, I'm probably going to concentrate for a second here because this is... Okay, that's good. This is the attack you want to see him use because it does nothing. This is probably where I'm just going to concentrate for a while. Yeah, this run was going well until this bit, unfortunately. It's fine. It's fine because he can't fear Jungi Han. That's bad. Crit. That's nice. I'm not gonna summon Robson either. I could use Gondara, actually. Yeah, Gondara actually here would be a smart play. I'll Gondara if I don't need to heal. Oh, stop this! Reiji. Reiji is being problematic today. This just can happen, which is a shame. At least it's not using gunshot. Never should have said that. Never should have said that. Never ever should have said that. I'm actually going to heal with Jungi Han. And use Gondara with Ichi to make it so that he has less defense. Same with Mirrorface. It's fine. He might take out Jungi Han here. I'd actually like the counter if possible. Uh-oh. Nice. Phew. Okay, I should be able to get a heal off before the nasty part starts. You're not there yet? Interesting. Okay, he might cheat his turn order and do Malicious Grin straight away. Nope, good. Okay. About time, thank you, Adachi. I'm gonna wait till second turn for Rocket so I can get through. Yeah, because there's a HP threshold here, that's why. Now I'm gonna Rocket in this turn. Please no fearsome, please no fearsome, please no fearsome. Good, very good. Wakes Ichi up as well. Okay, didn't crit. Good. You can go down. This is fearsome counter shot, by the way. Yeah, that's why it's a problem. I should probably res Jungi Han. stop? This is why I want some solo target heals. I'm gonna actually res Jingian. This is... Man, this is nasty today. As I said, this is something that can just happen. You can just get some bad luck. I'm getting some exceptionally terrible luck. Good. Do I run Rose? Yes. At least it's not fearsome, that's the only saving grace of that. Okay, that's the end of Reiji. That's the end of the problem in this fight. Ooh, what a bad fight. Jungian's probably dead again. That's fine. No, he did enough damage. Good. That's a shame. That's probably cost me just 5 minutes. As I said, my estimate takes into account of dying multiple times there. The thing that makes me worried about that is a lack of healing. Do I take the time to get more healing? It's probably the smart play, honestly. Yeah, the thing that worries me the most out of that is that I've just used up a lot of healing. I'm just going to check my resources real quick and see what I've got. So, we're now going to go to the finale. This is the final chapter. We're going to go to Kamurocho to confront Ryo Aoki. I'm going to tell him that we're heading to the Millennium Tower. Final set piece. We're going to be going to find some evidence about all of Ryo Aoki's dirty dealings. First of all, we're going to grab some muscle soda. I'm going to check my items. Considering this is a marathon, and if I get stuck here, I'm going to lose 7 minutes, I'm going to go and do an extra shop. An extra shop that you would never do normally. But I am a little worried. So first I'm going to buy 2 rocket launchers. There. I think we take the safe option. We're going back to Izazaki Jincho. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go make some more bentos. I'm a little worried about my healing. I think I should have enough with 4 and 2, but it's very, very close. So, this sub-story's appeared here. Since then, it's a cool sub-story. It's about a bunch of bikers. Still the curse substitute. Oh, goodness, no. Note to self, get the curse substitute, because you've kind of forgotten. So this is going to cause me to lose a little bit of time, but again, I would much rather be safe than sorry. I'm just going to buy everything that I had before. I don't remember what's... No, I can't buy everything again, because that would be too much. Give me like 20, give me like 20. I gotta be careful with money here, you know. I think like 2... No, lots of garlic. 30 garlic? Yeah, 30 should do. I don't think I need it. These are for the special ones, so those I do need. Bar district. Yeah, this is a pain. Basically, by spending more money, that means I'm not going to get to use as many summons later on as I would like. But considering this is a marathon, I'm going to take this safe. I'm going to get a couple of you. A couple of you. Yeah, and I'll finish that off. Cool. Alright, we're very, very safe for the rest of the run. We're more than safe for the rest of the run. 8 and 8 is more than you'd ever have at this point. Back to Kamurocho. It's a shame the runs come apart a little bit towards the end, but again, I think obviously from what everybody will be used to watching, obviously, JRPG runs, it's one of those things that sometimes you'll get bad RNG. that fight there, I just had horrific RNG. It's one of those things. But again, my estimate is based around having some really bad fights. Now, you might be wondering what that Curse Substitute is. That Curse Substitute is one of the most important items we can get in this run, because that Curse Substitute stops us from getting killed from one-hit kill attacks. So far, this run hasn't had any one-hit kill attacks. Unfortunately, there's going to be a nasty couple of one-hit kill attacks coming later on. For those who have played this game, you know exactly the fight I'm talking about. So, we're going to skip through the rest of this, and we're going to get told by Adachi about a good old police detective friend of his here in Kamurocho. We're going to get a very, very quick cameo of one certain Makoto Date. He's going to let us stay in Serena overnight. There's his foot. And with that, this is going to start us off with the finale. We're going to do one thing before we go to the finale gear-wise. What we're going to do... Whoops, bit too early on that pause. We're going to go to that gear, Ichi. We're going to change the... No, not Ichi, sorry, excuse me. Eri. Change the 2 Gambler's Tie. We don't need any EXP anymore. All we need is more crits. So the Profane and the Diabolic Wristband both give you more chances to crit. And we are, of course, just going to shove them on Eri because of her insane crits. And with that, it is time to begin the final set piece. So the election is in full swing. It is projected that Ryoroki is going to win with a massive landslide. So, unsurprisingly, we're going to start off with everybody's favorite DRD. Eri is going ahead of Ichi. This is a problem. Ichi's shoes are too good. That was always going to become a problem. Let me change Ichi's shoes, because otherwise this is going to be problematic for this set piece. I don't remember the shoes Ichi's supposed to have here. Okay. Skip through this dialogue. Itchy. These are bad for you. Those are the ones. Yep, those are absolutely the ones. That's obvious. Okay, that's what I got accidentally unequipped. Now Ichi will once again be faster than Eri. Okay, so for marathon safety, I'm taking that first aid kit. From what's coming up, there's going to be deaths in this run. We're not done with the deaths just yet. Provided it's not Ichi, we should be fine. DRD isn't going to fully finish this fight. We're going to need a little bit of a helping hand afterwards, which is, of course, Barrage of Prongs. Nice crits. I'll take those crits. As you can see, a crit isn't good enough to take care of this guy. Sometimes he's charmed from Essence of Rose Typhoon. Unfortunately, not this time. I could have used Shield Rupture, actually. That would have made it a bit faster, but... Lucky 777. That's our luck for the rest of the run. There it is. So, for this fight, a good old DRD. Again, it probably won't end with a DRD. And Shield Ruptures take care of these two. Okay, so there's something fun about the fight that's coming up next. In the fight that's coming up next, you're going to see 2 enemies that actually are going to go ahead of us. Now, both of these enemies will go ahead of you even if you're level 99. These guys, for some reason, have an insane amount of agility. They also usually go for Eri, which is unfortunate. Divine onto the enemies to begin with. And this is a Robson fight. That airstrike's going to do some damage, not an amazing amount of damage. Nice crit. They're both going to get another turn because they have such high agility. Paralysis Prong's one of them. Now, they are weak to knife attacks, which means with Jungi Hand, we're going to hit this guy. With that damage. And with Itchy, we will obviously just do, as a tag team, into darts to finish this off. Okay, so, again, all of these level ups are coming perfectly timed for MP usage. And to go off a good couple of floors here. So, this floor has also got some special stuff to it. Most people don't know that you can actually skip an entire fight on this floor. We're gonna start with a DRD, so Divine, Rose, Darts. Now, once we're out of this fight, the fight after this is completely avoidable. That's one of the things that most people don't know, and it's also a big time save in this place. Go to the right, stick to the right, go to the door. Congratulations, you skipped the fight. It's actually a little harder than it looks, but by doing that, you skip one of the nastiest, longest fights in this entire place. And unfortunately, every fight that you start in here, you cannot run away from. Divine Rose Darts. Yes, this man has a bucket on his head, don't ask. It's his imagination, remember. Shield Rush to take care of the two toxic guys. And a normal attack on Jungi Han. Good. With that, we can go up to the next floor. Do not bother using the heal here because it stops you from hitting the cutscene trigger on these stairs. So, for this fight, the guy in the middle has the most HP, so we're going to start with him with an essence of Phantom Drive. Good old Dart Airstrike's going to take care of most of the others. Good old essence of Rose. Good end. The next fight as well after this one is even simpler than that. We are going to start off by guarding with both of these guys and hitting up a Rose Typhoon. That's it. How many cutscenes do you skip in the game in total? A lot. Every single essence skill counts as a cutscene, every single summon, and then every single like story cutscene. Basically, because this is the Dragon Engine, we can skip every single cutscene. If this wasn't the Dragon Engine, if this was the old engine, there would be random cutscenes that would be unskippable. So we're very lucky that the Dragon Engine is very nice in that regards. It's the same with most Yakuza speedruns of the ones before LAD. Like, you'll notice that, like, Yakuza 5, for example, is 6 hours long because, literally, you can't skip any cutscenes in that game. There's only, like, a couple of cutscenes that you can skip. The rest of the game is, like, completely unskippable cutscenes. Actually, that's actually the thing for the PS3 era of Yakuza games. You can only skip the CG cutscenes, so... For 3, 4, and 5, 3 and 4 have a lot of CG cutscenes, but 5 has a lot of talking cutscenes. So, we're going to skip grabbing the Quixotic armor here. By doing that, this is going to enable us to potentially skip an entire fight here. Good. So, with this, Kuwabara, he's going to go down in one head draw. You were weak to one of my essences, but I don't remember which. I think it was this one. Let's strike this guy. Also, you might hear me, when I get up for a fight later, you might hear me because I'm going to get up because it has a long intro and I can grab a fresh drink before we get to the end game. We're doing all of our best single targets, you know the drill. Can't put the guards until we do that. This is Phantom Drive, does some damage. And does some damage. Dart Airstrike, because Dart Airstrike. Finish. Again, because this is a marathon and I'm going for safety, I'm going to be picking up a safety healing item on the left. You usually don't. This is Stamina and Spark. It is the best healing item in the entire game. That one there is just a Stamina maximum, which is max MP. I don't need that. I am, however, going to take this safety heal because of Jungi Han's HP. Oh, by the way, there's no checkpoints in here, and there is one set of enemies at the end of this place that can one-shot Ichi. Little scared of that, not gonna lie, because I will lose 7.5 minutes. Good start, it's a Robson fight. And then Dash to take out the last guy. And that fight I'm talking about is actually coming up after this one. I think for the fact that I've died twice, I don't do new Sayako strats. I think I just do old-fashioned high HP Sayako. And then high HP Ichi that way. Yeah. So, if these guys use disarm or grenade on Ichi, this could go horrifically wrong. I hate you. So by doing this, I can take care of this guy. So it's going to take a little longer because obviously with Ichi I'm going to have to heal instead. Now the problem is Ichi has a defense down. If Ichi gets hit with grenade or disarm again, Ichi dies. Is it Lucky Punch or Dart? I think it's Dart, but I'm just going to Lucky Punch this guy. Still good. That's fine. Fight's over. Okay, so that's the last of the fights that can basically ruin the run up until this point. Coming up next is the last fight. It's the last 3 boss fights. And the first one is the biggest bit of RNG in this run. So what I'm going to do is a big set of things. You're going to get that and that. Courage Pendant changes to Superpower to give you more damage. Sayako. I'm going to do old strats with her, so both Gallant Bindings. Usually, I've got new strats where I give her the Dragon's Binding and a Magic Up, but that's a little risky. It leaves Ichi with less HP. Curse Substitute, Optimal Eri, good. I think that's everything. Optimal June, Lightning Bandages, Courage to Superpower, Optimal Eri, Optimal Sayako, both Gallant. Both Gallant? Yes. With this, Adachi leaves the party, Sayako comes in, I heal, and here comes one of the most random bosses in the entire game. I'm just going to go grab a drink while this long intro goes off. Excuse me? Video game? Thank you. Cool. Go back 2 secs. Enjoy the intro. Right, this is Tendo. This is one of the most random bosses in the run. We have a move, I mentioned it earlier, it is called Trickster's Top Hat. We are going to hope that it lands poison first turn. On a dead run, of course you would. So, okay, what you don't get told is that there are different levels of poison in this game. Trickster's Top Hat has more than double the damage of Jungi Han's and Nancy's poison levels. Now, Trickster's Top Hat is a chance to do random attacks. Fire, ice, thumbtacks, chips, poison. Getting first turn Tendo poison is insanely fast. I am not even joking. I accidentally didn't use Masochist. I think I've just done something dumb. Whoops. I just wanted damage. That's all I'm focused on. Now, as you can see, Tendo has multiple turns in a row. This is why you want poison on him, because look how much damage he's taken already. No masochist bonus. Okay, good thing I didn't do the Sayako strat. So, this is a fight of two halves. The RNG is not done yet. The rest of the RNG will come in the second part of this fight. But thankfully, as you can see, Sayako and Eri do good damage. Stop that. Thank you. This is good. This wastes him a turn, but he is going to do more damage. So this is the second turn for damage up on Eri. So you need to remember Muscle Soda on Eri next turn. Let's do the MP for this. And then I think with Jungi Han I use the rocket launchers, honestly, because I need to Muscle Soda. Actually, no, I can do one more turn, unless I do thing. I could do, actually. I could buff Eri instead. So I have an opportunity to buff Eri here, although those two and their HPs are looking great. So also, it's random how many turns Tendo gets, by the way. You might see later on, Tendo might get like 5 turns in a row and decide to murder my party. That's happened in the past. I have to heal. He's getting multiple turns in a row, and this is why getting Trickster Top at poison is so good for this fight. Most of the damage he's taken in this fight is by poison. I believe he has 24,000 HP, which is why all of this is important. It's important to constantly be attacking with Eri and Sayako, and at least with Jungi Han. You want to get out of the first phase as fast as possible, which is why I should have used the rocket launchers earlier. I'm going to have to use those in second phase. Now, second phase is terrifying. Second phase is good because he attacks less, but his attacks are actually worse. So, Muscle Soda over on Eri. Poison might tick him into phase 2 here. Nope, one more. I'll wait until phase 2 to rocket launcher at this point. Right, this is phase 2. This is where this fight becomes RNG and becomes very dangerous. Did you know Tendo is an ex-boxer? You do now. So, here's how Tendo phase 2 is going to go. He has some brass knuckles. Tendo has a couple of moves, but there's 2 in particular that we want to know about. One is Devil's Awakening. Tendo will raise his left hand. His next attack will do an insane amount of damage. The other one is God's Warning, the right hand. When Tendo raises his right hand, he is going to do an attack against a character that has a chance of one hit killing them. Not via damage, via one-hit kill. For the very first time, and this is going to sound absolutely insane, he's 100% going to hit Sayako next. We know because he's going to use it on him, so we need to heal. We want him to actually, would you believe, hit Itchy with one-hit kill attacks. The one character that if he dies, game over's the party. You might be thinking I'm absolutely insane. Know that I equipped the Curse Substitute? The Curse Substitute stops all one-hit kill attacks, therefore making it so that Tendo wastes 2 turns. Tendo, one-hit kill Itchy. Or he could just also not use hands. That's the other weird thing, is sometimes he also decides, I don't want to do any damage at all. It happens sometimes, very rarely. Now, here's the amazing thing about the right hand. It can miss. We do not know what causes it to potentially... What the? Stop that! We do not know what causes it to potentially miss, but we've got a few theories. Damage is one. And randomness is another. No hands. This is such a good fight! What is happening? Now, there are certain runners who are, let's just say, a little crazy. Because they will, in runs where they're behind, they'll skip the 7 seconds getting the curse substitute and do the run anyway. Yeah, I'm talking about myself because I had a run. Want a dashi for the next phase, by the way. So this should be good actually. This is a good fight. Nice. So yeah, that's it. It's over. What a good Tendo fight. He didn't hand at all. What amazing luck. After the terrible luck of the Reiji fight, that's some of the most insanely good luck you can get. But I may have done a run where I was a minute and a half behind and decided to skip the curse substitute. At which point, Tendo decided to right hand Sayako. And whiffed. And then decided to immediately right hand Ichi. And missed. I don't even know how. That was the luckiest run of my life, and I'll never have anything like that again. It's my current gold split for my splits. So, the next few fights are a bit more of a, you know, the run's over kind of deal. Although, you can die here. I'm not going to say who died here in the past, but it's not actually me. One of our runners has died here. I'm gonna be nice and not say who they are. Lucky punch! Nice, look at that damage. So we have a couple of summons we haven't used yet, like, you know, Taichi Suzuki. Basically, with the help of Nick, we made it so that after the results of the election happened, a message towards Ryuoki appeared on the screen saying that he's actually wanted for murder. He knows that that's actually true, but instead, it only happened locally. So he's come to the Millennium Tower to find out what's going on, whereas we have obviously set up a little bit of a trap where we have caught him on camera saying that he wants everybody involved with Ichi to die. What do you mean that's a reversal? You only got hit on the way through. Actually, with a dashi out, I could save Saijima for the young master. Yeah, I'll fracture here. Because if I use Rose instead... Actually, yeah, this isn't too bad of an idea. Hey, this is actually a good idea. Hey. Go on, lass. Lucky punch, do it. When he gets to a low enough HP threshold... Bye. He just leaves. He just runs away. Good fight. That was a fast fight. And with that, we're going to go into the final fight. So I'm going to go into my gear. I'm going to change the curse substitute for something that Tendo gave us. The champion ring. Much more damage. And with that, it is time for the very dramatic final fight. We are back on Ichi's default class, but a much, much higher level.
俺と差しなら丸腰でも勝てるって調子に乗るなちそうこなくちゃそのムカつくにやけ面ぶっ潰して二度と笑えねえようにしてやるよ
I adore this fight. I absolutely adore everything about this fight. We're going to start off by introducing the young masters to a certain somebody called Saijima. This gives him 20% defense down. Now, every time that the young master misses an attack, he gets a bit angry. Now, thankfully, we have another summon that's just as good, and its name is Robson. With this, we're going to be using some of our late-game skills that we couldn't have had on this class earlier. S as a roadside weapon is heat attacks from previous Yakuza games that you might recognize. We're going to hope that the young master goes to a good position so that we don't get that cutscene again. That's... I hit triangle? Thank you. Okay, never mind. loses me an opportune attack, unfortunately. That's unfortunate. Actually, no, that's the good one. So he puts on, obviously, defense down, but attack up. Nice crit. That's gonna make it. So, wait, you didn't heal? So you're supposed to heal from that. Wow. Okay. Never mind. That was reasonably fast despite my mess up. 4 QTEs until the end. And yes, the Onomichu head is in this cutscene as well. Also, I'm going to show you something kind of neat just before the end here with the second QTE. Has anybody in here messed up these QTEs before? Because if you haven't... We'll wait for it. We're going to break the tension a bit. We're going to break the tension just a tiny bit. Here's what happens if you miss a QTE. Don't worry, the run doesn't end. Watch this. He's powering up, folks. He's getting ready to give him the hit of his life. The endless QTE, the scream, the power up. And with this, time. Whew. Man. I can't say how upset I am with the Reiji fight, but honestly, the Tendo fight made up for it. The Tendo fight was... You don't get Tendo fights like that. That was an insanely good Tendo fight. But the Reiji fight, as you saw, was just unfortunate. It's the perfect example of a fight potentially just going horrifically wrong. I've had my splits running in the background, so I'm just going to check real quick. 429? That's not good. But hey, that's why I set a big estimate. That's why I set a very big estimate, because, yeah, things like that can happen. It's one of those things. So, at the very least, I would still say it was a good run. I'd still say that it's a good run. I'm still satisfied with that. If you want to run this, or any of the other Yakuza runs, go check out any of the Yakuza speedrun.com pages. There will be a link on each of those to the Yakuza speedrunning Discord. We're all a bunch of nice people. We're all yell at you to speedrun Yakuza 5. Don't worry. You can ignore that. Trust us. We just want more people to run Yakuza 5. But we have extensive guides for pretty much every single Yakuza run. We don't have a written guide for this, because the strats kept changing, so I'll work on trying to get a written guide for this up. And yeah, once I'd like to thank RPG Limit Break and obviously, especially Questing for Glory for having me for this run. It has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so very, very, very much, and I hope you all enjoy the end of the marathon.
実際のあんたは好き放題やって他人にケツ吹かせるしか能がねえ。なんだと